Distinguished delegates, may I request all of us to please stand up as the high table is coming into the venue. DJ, naomba uwaingize meza kuu. Can we clap our hands as the guests are coming in? Yes. Let us clap our hands and welcome our guests with a warm round of applause. Asante DJ, may I request all of us to please take our seats. Thank you very much. As I anticipated, and as I know, as we all know, we have many visitors coming from outside Tanzania. We have a salutation in Tanzania. When I say Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, we respond kazi iendelee. Can you try that? Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania? Excellent. Engineer Innocent Luoga, Commissioner of Electricity and Renewable Energy from the Ministry of Energy this morning, apart from the hat that he wears as the commissioner, but he's also representing the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania and the guest of honor this morning. We are very honored and delighted to have you with us. Let's give him a big round of applause. Everyone, thank you so much. With him on the high table is Honorable Angela Kairuki, advisor to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. She is advising on the issues of clean cooking and community development, but she's also the chairperson of the National Advisory and Coordinating Committee on Generation Equality Forum GEF from the President's Office. We are totally honored to have you with us this morning. Let's give a warm round of applause as well. Distinguished delegates, we also have with us Shigeki Komatsubara, UNDP and UNCDF representative in Tanzania. Let's give him a round of applause. Karibu sana, thank you so much. I would also like at this juncture to recognize Lamine Diallo, Head of Natural Resources at the European Union, also representing the Head of Cooperation. If you can please stand up. Let's give him a round of applause. We have with us this morning respective country delegates. I will be calling countries, and if you know you come from any of these countries I'll be calling, kindly raise up so we can recognize your presence. Starting with Kenya. Can we have delegates from Kenya to please rise? If you can please stand up. Kenya, let's put our hands together for Kenya. Karibu sana, Kenya. Uganda. Let's put our hands together for Uganda. Rwanda. Karibu Rwanda. Thank you so much for being with us. Malawi. Let's put our hands together for Malawi. Asante, asante sana. We had invited Burundi, but we know they've experienced a technical challenge, but they will be joining us during the day. I would also like to recognize the presence of Nolasco Mlai, Director of Clean Cooking from the Ministry of Energy. Let's give him a round of applause. Asante sana. I would also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Imani Mruma, Assistant Commissioner, Renewable Energy from the Ministry of Energy. Karibu sana. We have with us, and shortly I will invite him to the podium, Mr. Peter Malika, Chief Technical Advisor, UNCDF. Asante. Peter, I did not see Peter. Peter, if you can stand up. Yes, let's give him a round of applause. Asante sana. We have with us respective government officials present, all UN colleagues present, our distinguished panelists. Thank you for making time, and we look forward to your presentations. Invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Let's give energy into the room. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Asante sana. Guest of honor, I take a singular honor to welcome you, but to also welcome everyone to the Eastern African Clean Cooking Symposium, which is happening here in Arusha, Tanzania. Allow me once again, guest of honor, to welcome all the visitors coming from outside Arusha and outside Tanzania to feel at home. Guest of honor, the statement "feel at home" once had some participants terrified because they had issues in their countries. So when they were told to feel at home, they recalled instability in their countries, and it was not so welcoming. But our guests, we want to assure you of a beautiful, peaceful Arusha and peaceful Tanzania. So when we say feel at home, we want you to really feel at ease here in Arusha, Tanzania. Guests of honor, we are driven by the theme, accelerating the clean energy transition, linking financing, innovation, technology adoption, access and policy. Allow me now, at this juncture, to welcome, for the welcoming remarks and setting the agenda, to invite Mr. Peter Malika, UNCDF Chief Technical Advisor. His remark will be followed by the remarks by the UNDP Resident Representative. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. Karibu sana, Peter Malika. Sure. After the UNDP Resident Representative, we shall have Lamine Diallo to also come and give us his remarks, which will then be followed by the regional representatives, Kenya, Uganda, Malawi, Rwanda, and Burundi, respectively. But for now, Peter Malika, UNCDF Chief Technical Advisor, karibu sana.
Asante sana. Good morning, and a very warm welcome to Arusha. Let me take this opportunity to leverage on the protocols that has been established by the MC and moderator, recognizing the presence of Honorable Angela Kairuki, Special Advisor, Clean Cooking to the President of Tanzania, Engineer Innocent Luoga, Commissioner, Minister of Energy, Mr. Lamine Diallo from European Union, Mr. Shigeki from UNDP, and senior government officials, the Tanzanian government, senior government officials from the 5 countries that are here representing their countries, their governments, Kenya, Uganda, Malawi, Rwanda, and Burundi. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. So it is great to invite you here for the Regional Clean Cooking Symposium for the Eastern Africa. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for taking the time to join us. We are particularly honored to have the presence of the Commissioner Innocent Luoga and Honorable Angela Kairuki, Special Advisor to the President, with us today. We hope their insights and expertise will contribute greatly to the success of this symposium. The theme of this symposium is focused on accelerating the clean energy transition, specifically linking finance, innovation, technology adoption, policy, and clean cooking access. This symposium promises to be a valuable platform for learning, sharing, and collaboration. We hope that you'll make most of the opportunity to connect with your peers, explore new ideas, and contribute to the collective knowledge of this field. Let us make this a memorable and impactful event. Thank you for being here. So with that, I think let's go directly to the objectives the common objectives of all of us being here. I think number one on the list should be how this symposium is able to foster regional cooperation. There's a lot of work going in the region, but we want to make sure that the experiences and identifying of opportunities and gaps and adoption, we will be able to build more partnerships and collaboration within the region. I think what is more important, maybe this is the first Eastern Africa Clean Cooking Symposium. We are doing it in Tanzania, so maybe the challenge is to take it to our guests from the Eastern African regional countries to maybe to take the challenge so that we do this in another country in the near future, building on the experience, successes and opportunities that we are going to find here. I think this is about knowledge sharing. This is about networking. This is about identifying priority areas and gaps that we are seeing in the implementation, in the adoption, in the policy, in the innovation, and in the financing. We have to share best practices. I think one of the things that we, from UNCDF, the implementer of the Cook Fund, one of the things that we have learned is that, there are a number of technologies. They are the leading technologies that everybody knows, but there is a lot of innovation. There's a lot of technology that we are finding, including some of the things that we found out when we did the Clean Cooking Innovation Challenge. So this is really about highlighting country experiences and fostering innovations and solutions and advancing things like research and policy. So to conclude, we can achieve all of this through the presentations today of experts, through the panel sessions, through different discussions, and through networking opportunities. So with that, welcome to the Eastern Africa Clean Cooking Symposium. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Peter Malika, UNCDF Chief Technical Advisor, for the welcoming and setting objective for the next 2 days that is going to ground us. And you've reminded us of the theme, which is, again, literally, as you said, networking, best practices from amongst different countries as we aim to accelerate and the clean cooking energy transition, looking onto financing, innovation, technology adoption, access, and policy. Guest of honor, as you may be aware, Clean Cook program is funded by the EU and is being implemented by UNCDF, UNIDO, FAO, and the Ministry of Energy as well. Allow me now to invite to the program Yashigeki Komatsubara, UNDP and UNCDF representative in Tanzania, for his remarks to be followed by those from the European Union. As he comes, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm round of applause. Karibu sana.
Nice to see you again. Honorable Angela Kairuki, Special Advisor to the President on Clean Cooking, Engineer Innocent Lunga, Commissioner and Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy, Honorable Paul Makonda, Arusha Regional Commissioner, Engineer Ferushesmi Mulamba, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Mr. Mark Staumans, Head of Cooperation, Delegation of the European Union in East Africa, Ms. Omon Ukpoma Olaya, UNCDF Regional Lead for East and Southern Africa, senior government representatives from East African countries, including Kenya, Uganda, Malawi. You are most welcome because my former duty station was in Malawi. So very nice to have you here in Tanzania, Rwanda, and Tanzania. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the member friends of the media. Habari za asubuhi. On behalf of the United Nations Capital Development Fund, for which I represent, as well as UNDP, and the UN family in Tanzania, I'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to the government of Tanzania, the European Union, as a key partners who made it possible for this important event to take place. I want to thank all our esteemed guests, businesses, and government representatives from East and Southern Africa that are represented at this regional clean cooking energy symposium here in beautiful Arusha. Your presence reveals your commitment to advancing the clean cooking development agenda, which focuses on transitioning from traditional cooking methods to cleaner, more efficient, and sustainable solutions. We also wish to extend our appreciation to Her Excellency, the President Samia Suluhu Hassan, for her visionary leadership in prioritizing clean cooking as a key aspect of Tanzania's sustainable development agenda, aiming for a healthier and more sustainable future for the nation. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, Dr. James Peter Matalagio, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry for Energy. We also recognize the effort of the government of Tanzania in driving the energy transition agenda and are confident that clean cooking vision is in safe hands. This is evidenced by the unveiling of the National Clean Cooking Strategy 2024 to 2034, which aims to achieve 80% adoption rate of clean cooking among Tanzanians by 2034. And as I was touring the booth with our distinguished guests, I was informed we are still at 16% in terms of access to clean energy. We have some ways to go, but it is good that we have a strategy and we are moving forward. The symposium is a national moment of convergence, bringing together clean energy practitioners from across the region to address one of the most pressing and persistent development challenges: energy for clean cooking. We know that clean cooking is not a Tanzania-only challenge, rather a global challenge, and therefore, workable solutions must be shared, adapted, and scaled together. On this note, I wish to particularly acknowledge and thank the governments of Kenya, Uganda, Malawi, Rwanda, and Burundi for joining us and to share their valuable experiences. The theme for the symposium, Accelerating the Clean Energy Transition, Linking Finance, Innovation, Technology Adoption, Access, and Policy, calls on all of us to act collectively and decisively. Where we are linked up together, where we have clear vision and sense of purpose, where we know exactly what's happening in terms of clean cooking with numbers and business cases, That's where things would really start to take on momentum. Honorable guest of honor and dear participants, clean cooking is a matter of health, environment, and equity. Traditional cooking fuels like charcoal and firewood are still dominant. They contribute to deforestation, indoor air pollution, and climate change, and disproportionately affect women and children who are exposed daily to the toxic smoke. Therefore, by addressing challenges around clean cooking, we are also addressing our sustainable development goals, including gender, climate resilience, and economic empowerment of women. Lack of investment has long been a barrier to scaling up clean cooking solutions for the billions of people who need them. The Cook Fund, implemented by UNCDF, is using a combination of performance-based financing, linking funds to results achieved by enterprises and companies, and pre-financing work and investment capital. As such, this is investment for the future of Tanzania. And as Tanzania steadily moves to the middle income status, I know World Bank and IMF already declared Tanzania's middle income. UN would probably declare Tanzania and applaud Tanzania for its great achievement of becoming middle income in a few years' time. We must leverage this initial investment and create a market and economy for clean cooking from within Tanzania. Very impressive progress of Tanzania is making is that already Tanzania is generating so much resources from within, which almost matches ever increasing amount of foreign direct investment. Therefore, we see very rich potential of upscaling and mainstreaming clean cooking by Tanzanians, for Tanzanians, of Tanzanians, as it moves steadily to the middle income. In closing, I'd like to end with a Swahili proverb that says, Umoja ni nugubu, utengano ni udhaifu. I hope I almost made it. Which literally means unity is strength, division is a weakness. With our efforts together, we shall achieve the transition to healthier, more sustainable, and efficient cooking methods, benefiting health, environment, and economic development for all. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Thank you.
Asante sana, Yashigeki Komatsubara, UNDP and UNCDF representative in Tanzania, for those warm remarks, but again, with the closing adage that reminds us that umoja wetu ndio nguvu yetu. The more we are united, the stronger we become. Guests of honor, allow me at this juncture to also recognize the presence of Dr. John Mboya, Tabora Regional Administrative Secretary, with us this morning. Tafadhali, let's recognize his presence. Nashukuru sana sana. Guests of honor, allow me now to invite for his remarks none other but Mr. Lamin Diallo, the head of natural resources, but also representing the head of cooperation at the European Union delegation in Tanzania. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. His remarks will now be followed by country remarks. Karibu sana, Mr. Diallo.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Honorable Innocent Luoga, Commissioner for Renewable Energy of the Ministry of Energy. Honorable Angela Kariuki, Special Advisor on Clean Cooking to the President of Tanzania. Honorable Shigeki, UNDP Country Representative. Peter Malika for UNCDF and all the team of UNCDF, teams of FAO as well, that we mentioned earlier, and UNDP, senior representatives from the EAC community, including from Kenya, Uganda, Malawi, Burundi, and Rwanda, dear development partners, the donor community, the UN family, the private sector, honorable guests, esteemed partners and stakeholders, all protocol observed, habari za asubuhi. So it's a great honor to open this important gathering where we come together with a shared commitment to ensure that every household in East Africa can access clean, modern, and sustainable cooking solutions. This is not only a matter of development, but a matter of health, dignity, gender equality, and climate justice. Across East Africa, more than 90% of households still rely on traditional biomass fuels like firewood and charcoal. This results in harmful indoor air pollution that claims over 150,000 lives every year in sub-Saharan Africa, primarily women and children. The daily burden of collecting fuel wood and enduring small field kitchens also reinforces poverty and gender inequality. Beyond health, the environmental cost is enormous. Unsustainable charcoal production is one of the primary drivers of deforestation, weakening ecosystem, and accelerating climate change. Forests are being lost faster than they can regenerate, putting pressure on both biodiversity and resilience in the face of climate shocks. And yet, we are not without solutions. Clean cooking technologies, whether based on LPG, biogas, electricity, or improved biomass stoves, offer a path forward. What we need now is coordination, commitment, and courage to scale these solutions. In that context, the European Union, through its Green Deal, is playing a transformative role by recognizing that climate neutrality must go hand in hand with equity and access. Through its sustainable cooking solution implemented by UNCDF in Tanzania, the EU is helping to unlock markets, support innovation, and extend clean cooking access across the country. This program is already making a difference, supporting local enterprises, catalyzing investments, and working with the national government, in particular the Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, to build stronger policy framework. It is proof that climate action and development can go hand in hand. But no country can tackle this challenge alone. This is where regional cooperation becomes essential. East Africa has an opportunity to lead not just as individual nations, but as a region. Countries of the region share similar challenges: rural energy poverty, high dependence on biomass, and market barriers. But you also share strengths: a culture of innovation, growing energy infrastructure, and a common vision for sustainable development. So the European Union is actually walking the talk and is preparing now a regional action under the leadership of the delegation in Tanzania, not simply to encourage adoption at regional scale, but also to contribute to enable regional trade that support affordability and accessibility. This is yet to come. So, what does it mean to work together, and what we can do together? We can help to harmonize policies and standards for clean cooking appliances and fuels, making products more affordable through economies of scales. For example, at the time we speak now, EAC is currently aligning labeling of electric cooking appliances through another program, the program on energy efficiency, actually implemented by UNDP, the Tanzania Bureau of Standards, and the Ministry of Energy. We can also share research and data to improve regional understanding of consumer behavior, fuel supply chains, and environmental impacts. We can pool resources to create a cross-border financing mechanism that support enterprises operating in multiple countries. In that perspective, the EU-funded Cook Fund has been a beacon of hope, and we can further explore the use of carbon credits, blended finance, as subsidies, as long as they do not distort the market, to be central to driving change. Ladies and gentlemen, during this symposium, we will explore cutting-edge clean cooking technologies and innovations through demonstrations and presentations. Again, the private sector engagement is vital in that perspective. A cost-effective and scalable solution can mainly thrive through market-driven strategies. This symposium is a valuable opportunity to think about a regional roadmap, one that sets the stage of enhanced trade, policy cohesion, and a shared commitment to clean cooking access. As we move through this conference, I encourage you all to look beyond pilot projects and to look towards system changes. Let us scale that works, support bold ideas, and commit to regional action that drives results. So let us use this conference to connect, to collaborate, and to commit. Let us ensure that together we turn this moment in a movement and build a future where clean cooking is not a privilege, but reality for all. Thank you very much, and let us go to work. Asanteni sana.
Mr. Lamine Diallo, the head of natural resources, but you're also representing the head of cooperation at the European Union delegation in Tanzania, for those wonderful remarks. Guest of honor, we have, being a regional conference, we have regional representatives, and I think you'll agree with me, as prudent as it is written on the program, to allow the regional representatives to come and give us their brief remarks, and allow us a very brief break after their remarks so that people can quickly grab coffee and tea before I invite you to say a few words. With your permission, allow me now to invite Dr. Faith Wandera, Director, Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum from the Republic of Kenya, for your remark. Karibu sana. As she comes, let's give her a round of applause. Karibu sana. Meanwhile, may I request Dr. Brian Isabirie from Republic of Uganda to prepare.
Engineer Innocent Luoga, Commissioner of Electricity and Renewable Energy from the Ministry of Energy. Senior Government representation from Eastern and South Africa. Honorable Angela Kariuki, Advisor to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Clean Cooking and Community Development, and the Chairperson of the National Advisory and Coordinating Committee on Generation Equality Forum from the President's Office, Shigeki Komatsubara, NDP, UNDP, and UNCDF representative in Tanzania, Lamine Diallo, Head of Natural Resources at the EU, Nolasco Mlei, Director Clean Cooking from the Ministry of Energy, Engineer Imani Mruma, Assistant Commissioner Renewable Energy from the Ministry of Energy, Neema Mbuja, Head of Government Communication Unit from the Ministry of Energy, and Peter Malika, chief technical advisors, distinguished delegates, good morning. Yeah, it is a pleasure to be here today, and I bring greetings from Kenya. First of all, I would like to appreciate the invite to this event that you have accorded our country, and we appreciate the UNCDF and the government of Tanzania for allowing us to participate in this event. We also appreciate the collaboration of the East African countries and other representatives who are in this forum. And I would like to recognize the fact that clean cooking is fast gaining traction in terms of recognition across the world, and nationally and regionally, clean cooking has become the subject. So for us from Kenya, we are really happy to participate in this forum because it's an opportunity for us to interact with other countries in the region and learn about what they have done. I know Kenya has been fronted as a leader in the region, and I would like to recognize the fact that we now boast 34% access to clean cooking, and we are also boasting 75% access to electricity, and this also helps us to get that access to promote electric cooking, because approximately 69% of the 75% who have access to electricity, they are ready for e-cooking connection. In other words, they have tier 3 class, and they can readily connect to electricity. So for us, that is a plus, and we would like to encourage other countries in the region to also follow the path that Kenya has taken to address clean cooking issues, because we have quite a number of progress activities that we have put in place, particularly the development of strategies. We launched our National Clean Cooking Strategy in October 2024. And currently we are implementing and also mobilizing resources from both development partners and private sector to take this strategy forward. In addition, the national strategy has other complementary strategies like the knowledge management strategy. We have the electric cooking strategy, which was also launched in October 2024. And for us, it's like now we are raring to go in terms of handling the clean cooking agenda in Kenya. So this being the first symposium, I would also like to congratulate Tanzania for coming forward to host the event. We are indeed privileged to be here, and thank you very much for the hospitality. We also would like to note that our strategy is a multiple fuel strategy. We are promoting various kinds of fuels. We are promoting LPG, we are promoting electricity, we are promoting bioethanol and biogas. And we do hope that with these efforts, we can be able to reach the people of Kenya. We set a goal of universal access to clean cooking by 2030. And we do hope that by adopting multiple fuels to promote clean cooking, we can be able to access this target pretty fast. But I know there are various obstacles in any developmental activities. We recognize the need for financing, and that is why the partnership with development partners, with private sector, and other agencies within our countries is very important. And we have also noted the need for creating awareness. Indeed, we have been actively promoting awareness campaigns using the behavior change and communication strategy that was developed in 2022. And we would like to ensure that leaders, implementers, and the consumers or the public at large, they are aware of what the government is doing to enable clean cooking to be a useful thing within their lives. Because in Kenya, we have noted that the recent studies indicate that we lose approximately 26,000 lives annually related to household air pollution. So for us, the symposium is a great win-win, and we would like to encourage all within the symposium to take advantage of this opportunity to learn from the participants within this event so that we can move forward in our respective countries. I know together we can make very useful steps with regard to moving ahead, and it is possible for both our respective countries, but more so like a continent, we need to move forward and move away from the solid biomass, which is affecting the lives of our people. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a good event.
Asante sana, Dr. Faith Wandera, Director, Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, Republic of Kenya, for those remarks. I would now like to call upon Dr. Brian Isabirie, Commissioner for Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy and Minerals from Uganda. Now that we've observed the protocol, may I request that we stand on the existing protocol by not calling that lengthy protocol, so that we really keep this salutation very brief. Thank you so much, and thank you for your understanding. As Dr. Brian is about to give us his remarks, may I request Thokozani Nelson Malunga, Deputy Director from Malawi, to kindly prepare. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Our chief guest, Engineer Innocent Roga, Commissioner, Electricity and Renewable Energy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, it's good to be in Tanzania. It's a cool place to be, and you'll agree with me that's one place you always want to come because of the peace and the hospitality you experience once you get to the airport. I led a very big delegation that has been introduced from Uganda. We specifically have representatives of the Clean Cooking Unit for Uganda, the National Renewable Energy Platform, Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, ICLEI, and GIZ. It was intentional that we bring representatives from all the key sectors to speak to this very good event. I want to thank, right at the outset, the UNCDF, the EU, TZ, government, and GIZ for inviting us and supporting our participation here in an event that we consider very important to us as a country. The theme of this event looks at the nexus between or among finance, technology and innovation, and policy. And for us, that's very critical. But most importantly, if we are going to advance the clean cooking agenda in this region, it's important that we raise the actions beyond the country boundaries to a regional level. So this particular symposium is moving us to that level, and it's very important. I will justify just like other speakers have. Thinking at the regional level helps us to increase our collective action as a region, because we have a common challenge, and collective action is critical. Subsidiarity is key, and the speakers before spoke about the need for us as countries within the region to ensure that one is doing what they are best at doing and allowing others to benefit from that. Spillover becomes very easy if you're working at a regional level. A technology developed in Kenya works well for us in Uganda and in other countries. We also are able then to harmonize our initiatives and do aggregation that would then ultimately allow us as a region to improve the economy, the efficiency, and effectiveness of our actions. And that's why we think this symposium is very important for us as a country to participate in and offer our contribution to this agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, just like Kenya has mentioned, our integrated clean cooking strategy has looked at all forms of technologies and fuels in that way. The theme of our strategy is aligned to the theme of this symposium, but specifically I want to mention that for us as a country, we have segmented our intervention in supplier, consumer, and policy actions. And all the pillars under that speak to those key categories of players within our strategy. I'll specifically speak about technology, which is part of the theme of this meeting, that our pillar one of our strategy for clean cooking is to ensure that there are enough technologies and innovations, both locally but also those that are transferred to our country. We are building capacity both for individual but also institutional level, and that's why we have instituted the Clean Cooking Unit to ensure that all coordinations are done across government, across consumers, suppliers, but also policy makers. We are looking at innovative financing options, looking at all options for blending finance to allow suppliers to get the right capital, to allow consumers to afford these technologies, and also to allow policymakers to institute policies, but also be able to manage them. We are raising awareness. Awareness is critical, but also critical is the issue of data that allows suppliers to be able to size markets, but also generate strategies for getting into those areas. On policy options and standards, as I've already indicated, this is an old area, but probably will have a few other issues that will need to have new policies and policy options and standards. So we are working on that. So the purpose for us here within the 2 days of our engagement and the third day of the visit is to learn. So my delegation is here to learn, but also to create partnerships that will be critical in catalyzing our interventions around clean cooking. I thank you all.
Asante sana, Dr. Brian Isabirie, Commissioner for Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy and Minerals of the Republic of Uganda, for those remarks. We are all here to learn. And there's a saying that goes, if you're ready to learn, a teacher will show up. And this is why we've convened here in Arusha. No better place. Thank you so much. Guests of honor, allow me now to bring to the podium Thokozani Nelson Malunga, Deputy Director, Research and Development, Ministry of Energy from Malawi. And the remarks will be followed by Martin Asimwe, Clean Cooking Lead, Ministry of Infrastructure from Rwanda. Do we have Malawi representative for the remarks? Please, Karibu sana. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. Karibu sana.
The guest of honor, all protocol observed, as already alluded to by the two last speakers, as Malawi, we are also delighted to be here and learn from the experience of our colleagues from Eastern region of Africa, in terms of how they are moving this agenda on clean cooking. We are equally happy and thankful to the government of Tanzania for extending this opportunity to Malawi. And also, I would like to thank the officials from UNCDF for also being a critical part of organizing this event. As Malawi, we would like to agree that indeed clean cooking is a critical issue for several factors. One of them is that cooking using polluting fuels like firewood, charcoal, kerosene, coals, and many more on open fire has been found to be a culprit in killing 600,000 women and children annually across Africa. So that really makes us to be worried about that and thinking about clean cooking. And therefore, as Malawi, we endorse the fact that all African regions must join together to accelerate the transition to clean cooking, to clean energy cooking transition as a matter of urgency. Just as the report on SDG 7 is saying that the current trends that we are moving at in terms of accelerating transition to clean energy, if we don't change, if we don't do anything else, it means by 2030, 6 people in every 10 people in sub-Saharan Africa will be without access to clean cooking. We did a survey in Malawi. It was like a market assessment. We were helped by World Bank to actually do a market assessment so that we can implement a $10 million US program on clean cooking that will promote high-tier clean cooking. And we found that the culprit to this low penetration of clean cooking include several factors. I will just mention few. Affordability gap, meaning that several poor people cannot afford high upfront cost of these clean cooking appliances. Limited awareness is also a culprit, my colleague explained, and the lack of standards, which is leading to mistrust of clean cooking products on the market, and also issues of prioritization at all levels by all stakeholders. We are not prioritizing clean cooking. If we have started, it's just now. So these are culprits, some of the culprits that are preventing mass adoption of clean cooking, according to the survey that we did in Malawi. And I thought that this also, I think that this also is a representative of what is happening in the whole SADC region. Malawi, just as Africa has done, setting the target of clean cooking by 2034 to 80%. Malawi, we have done that as well. We have set our target to be at 75% by 2030. Given that currently we are low in terms of adoption of clean cooking fuels at 2%, and when we include all the clean cooking technologies and appliances, including the fuel, we are at 31%. So we have set that target as Malawi so that we can ambitiously drive ourselves to accelerate clean cooking adoption in Malawi. Some of the measures that we are doing in Malawi to accelerate green cooking, including the formulation of national clean cooking strategy. We are being helped by African Development Bank. I think we'll benefit a lot from the strategies from Kenya and Tanzania, which have already been launched and are being implemented. So we hope to produce that one in a period of 4 to 6 months. And under the program that the World Bank has given us, a window of 10 million is set aside to promote high-tier clean cooking fuels. And under that one, we are going to actually do awareness campaigns, that is behavioral change awareness campaigns. And we are also going to offer subsidies to customers so that they can afford the high upfront cost of these clean cooking appliances. And another thing also, we are revising our energy policy, and we have set aside a priority area to actually articulate issues of clean cooking in terms of policies, statements, and strategies, and the monitoring framework, so that we can well handle the acceleration of clean cooking technologies and appliances in Malawi. Just to mention, in Malawi, the clean cooking technologies that we have managed to promote include e-cooking, LPG, ethanol for cooking, biogas and biomass briquettes, and as well as biomass pellets and improved or efficient cook stoves. As I said earlier on, we are expecting to gain a lot from this, symposium that has been organized. And just as my colleagues have already said, I've not come alone here. We have come from several institutions. I come from Ministry of Energy. I've got colleagues from universities. I've also colleagues from other private companies who are here ready to benefit and to contribute to the discussions of this symposium. With that, once again, I am looking forward to extended discussions on several topics that have been arranged, such as the topics on financing. I've seen topics on financing, including the commercial bank and also using carbon credits. I've seen topics on donors' roles to actually expand the clean cooking market. I've seen also topics on how we can balance the equation of subsidy to avoid market distortions. All these, we think, as Malawian representatives, will actually enrich us so that we go back to Malawi empowered with the right knowledge to implement strategies or programs on clean cooking effectively. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
If I remember the two words, and I stand to be corrected, Zikomo means thank you in Malawi, right? Zikomo. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thokozani Nelson Malunga, the Deputy Director, Research and Development from the Ministry of Energy of the Republic of Malawi. Guest of honor, we are live. This event is broadcasted live through Crown Television, but we also have hashtags. So for those of us taking photos, sending social media posts, please remember to tag so that the whole world knows that the symposium is happening in Arusha, Tanzania, under hashtag Clean Cooking Symposium EA, one word, but we could also say, it's in Kiswahili, hashtag Mpito wa Nishati. You can also hashtag Tanzania. You can also hashtag UNCDF, but also hashtag Cook Fund, so that we put the discussions together. Allow me now, guest of honor, to invite to the podium Martin Asimwe, Clean Cooking Lead from the Ministry of Infrastructure, Republic of Rwanda. His remarks will mark the end of country greetings, and then I'll have the honor to invite the guest of honor to address the region through this congregation. Mr. Martin, karibu sana, Clean Cooking Lead, Ministry of Infrastructure, Republic of Rwanda. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to speak to us.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Commissioner in the Ministry of Energy, representing the guest of honor, the Special Advisor to the President, the representative of UNDP, and the head of European Union delegation in Tanzania, representatives of regional countries and organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ninawaletea salamu kutoka ndugu zenu za Rwanda. Let me also join my previous speakers in commending the organizers and the United Republic of Tanzania in organizing this critical symposium, which addresses one of Africa's most urgent challenges, which is access to clean cooking. Rwanda deeply values regional platforms like this, where we can collaborate, share experiences, and accelerate progress towards sustainable energy for all. Distinguished participants, Rwanda's need for sustainable clean cooking solution is shaped by our distinct demographic and environmental pressures, with a population of over 13 million and a land mass area of around 23,000 square kilometers. Our limited forest covers faces immense strain from reliance on biomass fuels. Of course, in addition to other challenges related to health and environmental degradation. As our population grows, so does this pressure, demanding urgent, scalable solutions. The recent data from the 2023-2024 household survey underscores this challenge. 1, 75% of the households still depend on firewood for cooking, while 18.8% rely on charcoal. But we have a glimpse of hope. Encouragingly, 33.7% of the wood and charcoal users now have adopted improved cook stoves, categorized above tier 3 stoves. Another glimpse of hope is that the modern clean energy adoption is also rising, with 23% of the urban population now depending on modern clean cooking energy, which is predominantly LPG, and around 5.5% using a little bit of a percentage depending on electricity. A promising shift we aim to expand. As a colleague from Kenya also indicated, we are expanding our access to electricity. Currently, we have over close to 60% connected to the grid, which gives us hope that transitioning households to use of clean cooking, modern clean cooking energy would be very easy in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, to address
cooking agenda is one of the top national priorities of Our Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, who has taken an active leadership role in championing clean cooking for the entire continent, particularly through the launch of the African Women Clean Cooking Support Program, which was done in 2023 in Dubai. But you all remember it was only last year when she was invited to the G20 summit in Brazil, specific for the national clean cooking agenda. But also, only this year, she hosted the African Heads of State Energy Summit here in Tanzania, whereby all presidents in the African countries were in Tanzania to discuss, among other things, accelerating clean cooking in Africa. You will all recall that our journey to clean cooking initiative started in 2022 when ourselves, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, he launched the dialogue, and then in 2024, he launched the National Clean Cooking Strategy, putting a vision where we want to go in the in the clean cooking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here to take action guided by the theme of the symposium, Accelerating the Clean Energy Transition, Linking, Financing, Innovation, Technology Adoption, Access and Policy. The theme reflects our shared regional commitment to create a clean, healthier, and more inclusive energy future for our people and inclusive energy future. May I also take this opportunity to express our deep appreciation to the European Union for their financial support to the clean cooking agenda and for their continued collaboration with the government of Tanzania. The establishment of the Cook Fund is a direct result of this valued partnership. Also, we commend the role of the UNCDF as a fund manager in coordinating and accelerating the implementation of this program, in close collaboration with other partners, including UNIDO, FAO, and the local NGOs. I also recognize the vital role of private sector actors who are at the forefront of innovation, developing new cooking appliances, introducing cleaner fuels, and advancing digital payment model that enhance affordability, accessibility, and convenience to final consumers. As we have seen here outside, a number of private sector with booths during the exhibition who are also accelerating this agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also acknowledge the critical role played by our Ministry of Finance, serving as the National Authorizing Officer for ensuring seamless coordination and oversight of clean cooking programs. Also, the contribution of the President's Office, Regional Administration and Local Government, where we have the representative, Mr. John Mboya, which plays a vital role in extending clean cooking initiative to the grassroots level, in addition to the support of the Vice President Office, Environment, and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, whose alignment with our national energy and the climate objective is essential to our success. I am compelled to highlight this collaboration framework as a reflection of Tanzania's coordinated approach shared here in the spirit of regional learning and mutual inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania, as you all know, and you have said it, has developed and now is implementing the National Clean Cooking Strategy of 10 years, from 2024 to 2034. Under this strategy, we are determined to ensure that 80% of our population has access to clean cooking solution. These are ongoing projects and initiatives to ensure this is achievable. This includes, among others, the provision of subsidies for clean cooking solution, conducting national clean cooking awareness campaign, supporting public institutions that save more than 100 people per day to transition, tax exemptions, soft loans for distributors, promotions of pay-go technologies, ongoing development of minimum energy performance standard, that is MEPS. As you all know, that about 2.1 billion people worldwide still lack access to clean cooking solution, while about 990 million people are in sub-Saharan Africa. In conclusion, and on behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Energy, Honorable Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko, I would like also to extend our appreciation to our neighbors who are here, have been here, Kenya, Uganda, Malawi, and Rwanda. And I'm told also Burundi. I don't know if they are also here. But I just want to, at this point, to express our sincere appreciation for coming, for your time, and also for coming here in Tanzania to share experience on the clean cooking initiative and solution. As you all know, that these countries, we have a lot to share, especially on the energy sector. For example, Kenya, we have just connected the long transmission line of about 414 kilometers from Singida to Isinya through Kenya. But also with Kenya, we are also cooperating in the construction of the natural gas pipeline from Dar es Salaam to Kenya. But on the side of Uganda, we all know that we have the East African Crude Oil Pipeline Project, ECOP, which is now under construction. But at the same time, we are also constructing a transmission line from Tanzania to Uganda. So we have a lot of issues to share with our neighboring countries. But without forgetting Malawi, we are now discussing the implementation of the Songwe hydropower project, which of about 180 megawatt, and the transmission line to connect between Malawi and Tanzania, that is Tama. And in Burundi and Rwanda, we all know that we have a common project or shared project. We are sharing common resource water under the Kagera River, and we have just finished the construction of the Rusumo hydropower project, 80 megawatt, and we are sharing the electricity between Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania. So you can see with these countries, we have a number of issues to share, and we are looking forward that I have listened to challenges and achievement from these countries. I am sure Tanzania will also learn from our neighbors. And let me also congratulate you, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Malawi for the achievement you have reached so far. Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you once again to Tanzania, and especially to the vibrant city of Arusha. While here, I encourage you to explore the natural beauty around, including Mount Kilimanjaro, the mighty Serengeti, and Ngorongoro National Parks. And of course, our beautiful Zanzibar Island, rich with culture and disperses. It is now my honor to officially declare the opening of the Eastern Africa Clean Cooking Energy Symposium 2025. And I wish you productive session, meaningful partnership, and lasting outcome from this symposium. Thank you very much.
Distinguished delegates, as the symposium has been officially opened, I think it deserves a bigger round of applause. Let's put our hands together for that. As we mark the opening of the symposium, may I request members of the high table to please join the guest of honor to the stage for a group photo session. May I request members of the high table to kindly join the guest of honor for the photo session. Shortly after the photo session, we're going to have a quick tea break, which will only be like 15 minutes. And after that, we will come back and watch the documentary that has been prepared for us, Cook Fund documentary. And we shall have grantees to come and give their testimonies. Shortly after that, we shall proceed for lunch. And after lunch, the afternoon session is dedicated towards panel discussions. The first photo will be for the high table, and I will request them to remain standing as they look at the camera. So when I call the groups, you will come through where I am, my right-hand side, which will be your left, and we shall exit through the left-hand side. Kindly take a note. You come through the right-hand side, and you will exit through the left-hand side, and you will be lining up behind the high table, the chairs of the high table. May I request the regional representatives to please come to the stage for the photo session, to be followed by PIC and steering committee for the Cook Fund. First, the representatives from the EA, our country reps, please join us at the back. Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Malawi, please, all of you, join us to the back. May I now request the high table to please take your seat. Please sit. We are short 2 chairs. Two of us can stand at the back. Mama Angela karibu hapo. 2 of us can stand, can be permanent members standing at the back. Do I have all the countries present? Excellent. PIC and steering committee for the Cook Fund, please prepare for the next photo. Panelists and moderators will take the third photo. If you can adjust, look onto the camera. They're trying to give us some signs. Panelists and moderators, Secretariat, which comprises of UNCDF, Ministry of Energy, UNIDO, FAO, and other ministries representatives. Then finally will be the Cook Fund grantees, exhibitors, and innovators. Asante sana, thank you very much. May I call upon the PIC as well as the steering committee for the Cook Fund. PIC and the steering committee. This photo will be followed by panelists and moderators. Please prepare. Asante sana. We exit through the right-hand side. May I call upon panelists and moderators for the 2 days, not only for the day, for the 2 days, all our panelists. Please come through this side. Thank you so much. Panelists and moderators. In the meantime, Secretariat that comprises of UNCDF, Ministry of Energy, UNIDO, FAO, and other government representatives present to prepare, and the final photo will comprise of the grantees as well as innovators and exhibitors. We will all fit on this photo. Fantastic. Excellent. Beautiful picture. Hold on. Thank you very much. We shall exit through our left-hand side. May I call upon Secretariat, UNCDF, Ministry of Energy, UNIDO, FAO, and if there's any other government representative present, please join us on this last photo. The final one will be innovators, exhibitors, and grantees. Let's all nicely fit on this photo. Let's move to the left. There's more space on the left. Plenty of space on the left. The line at the back, can we consider moving to the left? If there's someone taller than you, we will call the electricity to do something so that we can see you at the front. Asante sana. Let's exit through the left-hand side as I call upon Cook Fund grantees, innovators, and exhibitors for the final photo. Grantees, innovators, our exhibitors. Let's take the final photo. We shall have a 15 minutes tea break. We come back, do the documentaries and hear what the grantees have to say. Then we shall break for lunch. After lunch, we shall come back and proceed with the panel presentation and discussions. There's space at the front for those of us standing at the back. I'm sure we can do one line. Can we do one line? We would like to see the fantastic neckties you're wearing. Good afternoon, everyone. Now that I have the eye table 80%, 90%, 95% full, I will have the documentary play to be followed by the testimony from one of the grantees. Technical team, may I request for the documentary. Karibu.
Implementing the clean cooking movement in Tanzania has been a challenge for years. Despite the innovative solutions, many clean cooking businesses faced serious obstacles, limited funding, high production costs, and difficulty reaching customers. Without access to capital, companies couldn't scale up production or expand their distribution. Even when customers wanted clean cooking products, affordability remained a challenge.
Before the project started, we had some challenges that we were facing, whereby we had the issue of capacity in production and also the issue of affordability.
To address these pressing issues, the United Nations Capital Development Fund, in collaboration with UNIDO, with support from the European Union, launched the Cook Fund program. This initiative aims to accelerate the adoption of clean cooking solutions across Tanzania. Through financial and technical assistance, Cook Fund empowers enterprises to expand their clean cooking technologies.
Before the subsidy, the stores was sold at around 45,000, but currently we are selling it at 35,000. Previously, we were producing about 1,000 stoves per month, but currently we have the capacity to produce till 10,000 stoves within a month, depending on the demand or the market itself. So we have increased the capacity of production.
Grant funding is a fundamental element of the Cook Fund, a vital injection of capital that allows enterprises to address key challenges in accessibility, availability, and affordability of clean cooking technologies and expand their impact. With this funding, businesses can scale their operations, enhance their distribution networks, and invest in innovative strategies to make clean cooking solutions more attainable for the communities they serve.
From 2023, when this program started, until September 2024, it's more than 7,000 households have acquired this EPC. So it's a very huge increase. But also for the employment, we have managed to employ 4 staff, that is direct, but also indirect employment through these sales agents. Before this program, we were working with only 64 sales agents, but at the moment, it's more than 160 sales agents which are engaged in this EPC business.
Baada ya kupokea grant, kuna vitu ambavyo tumeweza kufanya vikubwa, kama tumeweza kupata magari ya distribution center 2, tumeweza kununua pikipiki 3, tumeweza kununua bajaji 2, tumeweza kuongeza wafanyakazi, tumepata uwezo wa kupata maduka mapya ambayo tulikuwa nayo mawili, tumepata maduka mapya 6, na pia tumeweza kuongeza dealers. Tulikuwa na dealer kama 400 na sasa tuna 724. Pamoja na hayo tumeweza hata kulipa kodi ambazo serikali tulikuwa tukishindwa. Kwenye mauzo tulikuwa kikiuza kwa mwaka kama bilioni 7 kwa mwaka, lakini kwa kutoka baada ya kupata Cook Fund tumetoka kwenye 7 tumeenda mwaka jana mwisho tulifika kwenye 8.4, na nafikiri mwaka utakuwa ni zaidi ya hapo mpaka tutakapomaliza mwaka.
For the revenue side, in comparison with 2020 and to 2022, that's the revenue has increased from around 365 million to 1 billion at the moment.
Before mradi, sales ilikuwa inafanya kutoka milioni 1, milioni 6. Lakini mpaka sasa tumefika bilioni 2, milioni 72 na laki 9. The program has already allocated grants to up to 60 companies and enterprises, supporting their journey towards growth and sustainability.
Through its continued collaboration with stakeholders and partners, the Cook Fund remains dedicated to accelerating the adoption of clean cooking solutions across the country. With a national target of achieving 80% adoption of clean cooking technologies by 2034, the Cook Fund is playing an instrumental role in building a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable future for Tanzania. The Cook Fund, empowering enterprises, transforming communities, and driving Tanzania towards its clean cooking goals.
Let's put our hands together for that fantastic documentary. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now have a pleasure before I invite the Shiro behind the video we've just watched, Mr. Muro, to please come and tell us a little bit about the video, the initiative, and then you will invite our female hero, our Shiro, to speak about what you've prepared for her to speak. As Mr. Muro comes, let's put our hands together for him. Karibu, karibu sana.
Honorable guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. Thank you so much for watching this video. Just briefly, as representative from Kenya said, the Cook Fund is developing and supporting different technologies. And as you saw in this video, you have seen the liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, e-cooking, bio-briquettes, biogas, bioethanol, and several other technologies. The Cook Fund is implemented as a result-based financing, 100% supporting private sector development, private sector developers. But thanks to the European Union, that somewhere in between 2023, they gave us additional financing to support public institutions following the government decision to abandon the use of charcoal and firewood for all institutions which serves more than 100 people at a time. So you saw the big pots for institutions, and now we are also supporting several institutions, schools, to transform and to transit from the use of charcoal and firewood. As we earlier said, the program is being implemented in Dar es Salaam, Pwani, Morogoro, Dodoma, and Mwanza for convenience of operation and for the piloting, but specifically for two big cities in Tanzania, Mwanza and Dar es Salaam. As we know, Dar es Salaam is using over 50% of all charcoals which are being produced in this country. So if you wanted to transit the resident of Dar es Salaam from use of charcoal, you have addressed 50% of all the problem in this country. Mwanza is the second largest. So if you go to Mwanza, you have also addressed more than 60% of the problem because Mwanza has a big population. As a result-based financing, we are only advancing up to 45% of the grant approved so that the enterprise can at least go out and immobilize from own resources and also borrowing from the commercial sources. This is an incentive for the private sector to participate and to achieve the agreed mileage. So in this case, thanks that up to now we have more than 10 enterprises that they have achieved over 100% and received their final grant. And as you saw the different pictures of our grantees, really, one may talk of cooking technology is not as simple as it is, because it addresses three components. One is technology. Two is technology, but we are also addressing the availability. We are addressing the affordability. Even if you address the affordability in the context of serving end user to access, if you are not addressing the availability, you may not achieve optimally. And even if you want other people to afford by reducing the end user price, unless you have given capacity to the actors along the value chain, especially the private sector which is being involved, you haven't addressed the whole equation. So in this case, the Cook Fund is addressing the availability, undercapitalization, and end user affordability. We are being involved in policy environment, and we are working with different institutions, and thanks to the government and the European Union for their support to ensure that at least we are now involving good actors along the clean cooking ecosystem. We are involving the commercial lenders. Now we had discussion with different commercial banks. At least now they are thinking of having specific window to support the clean cooking enterprises. In this context, we find we are embracing now the whole equation, and soon we are going to be successful in developing the market, especially along the value chain. The challenge we have is knowledge, awareness, and several other factors which will enable the end user to change, but not only the end user, even all actors along the value chain. Right now we are talking of the use of e-cooking. E-cooking, everyone is saying e-cooking is cheap. E-cooking is not necessarily cheap, but e-cooking using efficient appliances is cheap. It's cheap, and not only cheap, it's also affordable. So in this case, we are working with Tanzania Bureau of Standards, we are working with the ministry, we are working with other development partners like MEX to ensure that we are addressing different aspects of compliance and statutory requirements to ensure that at least the importers are getting benefit out of tax so that they can reduce the overall cost of product down to the end user. So we are welcoming all participants of this symposium to see how we can work together. I'm very happy to meet, I'll be very happy to meet my colleagues and friends from Uganda. We want to learn tariff segregation, special tariff for cooking, and how electricity can be used to accelerate e-cooking, to accelerate the clean cooking. And I'm saying this deliberately because e-cooking is a homegrown solution, and government of Tanzania has invested a lot in the generation and the transmission. And while we have this almost connection, access to different villages, I think it will help us to accelerate the use of clean cooking solution. Right now, we have only 16%, according to the statistics from the Ministry of Energy last year, is only 16% of Tanzanian households which are using clean cooking, and 84% are still using charcoal and firewood. And out of this, 9% is LPG, 2.5% is electricity, and the remaining 5.5% is other technologies. In these challenges, if we have to go into 80% attainment of transition come 2034, we need to at least go a year or 2 years or after every 5 years to assess where we are. But in terms of energy mix, I think we need to do that kind of deliberate efforts in terms of policy intervention, support the private sector to see if we can support other sectors like the way we supported, like the way government supported the LPG by removing taxes on cylinders. In this case, I think we can also achieve, and thanks that we have the ambassador here, and is going to take we are requesting her to take the message to the senior government officials. Now let's have a look and pay attention to other technologies especially e-cooking and other technologies. And having said that, thank you so much. Okay, I'm tasked to welcome Austin. She's not Hero, Shiro. Briefly, let me say, for a long time, the Tanzania Traditional Energy Development Organization, TATEDO, has embarked into clean cooking initiative for almost 25, 30 years. And out of that, being the NGO, they opted to go into developing the commercial wings, commercial companies, and one of them is sustainable energy companies. And this company, the SESCOM, is one of the beneficiaries of the Cook Fund, which is developing and selling electric cooking appliances. I'm told, and I heard, they are the global winners of efficient EPC. And let's hear now from the Shiro. Karibu.
Thank you so much, distinguished guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. My name is Albina Minja. I work with Sustainable Energy Services Company. In short, we call it SESCOM. The company which promotes energy through e-cooking. When we are talking e-cooking for SESCOM, we are the champion of electric cooking appliances in Tanzania, as we have started with research in collaboration with other stakeholders in 2018. The research which involved the various households here in Tanzania, and in conclusion, that research stated that cooking with electricity is more cheaper than cooking with any other cooking appliances. Since then, we as a company started creating awareness while also strengthening the supply chain, including ensuring availability of appliances in Tanzania, specifically electric pressure cookers, but also ensuring quality standards observed, and also channeling to ensuring networking and distribution of this EPC. With the e-cooking, Cook Fund program, we are honored to be one of the participants as the grantee, as this program has been very useful to us as a company, but also to the end users and the public in general. As the company, it has been a lot of changes. One of it being, we have been supported by the Cook Fund in collaboration with other stakeholders on bulk importation to ensure we meet the rising market demand of electric pressure cookers. In parallel with that, the expansion of storage facilities, which also help us to cater for the high stock which we accumulate here in Tanzania. But also, this program has helped us, it has impacted on volume of sales. At that time, in 2022, we are selling at average of 110 electric pressure cooker per month. As we are speaking now, the average of per month is around 400 to 500 EPC per month. That is the average. It does not mean that every month we get that. For example, for January, our sales report says we sold more than 600 EPC. So that is the effort from this Cook Fund. But also, the start of this program pushes us as a company to rethink or to find means of lowering prices of these appliances to other regions. Because for this Cook Fund program, it only cover 5 regions, as the program manager stated. But in other regions, to ensure that the market are not distorted, the company also lower the EPC prices in other area. So the other impact or change which the program has brought the company, also the program has strengthened the capacity of the company, including involving us in various training or capacity building sessions, including financing, carbon credit, but also on tax, just to mention a few. But also the program has been providing a lot of platform for us to create awareness, but also to exhibit our products as of this event of today. On the demand side or end user, the program has made the electric pressure cooker or the cooking appliance affordable through reducing the price. At that time, the electric pressure cooker of 60-liter size was sold at 180,000 Tanzanian shilling. At the moment, in the project area, we are talking of 150,000 Tanzanian shilling, which is a little bit cheaper, and which has made the sales volume to increase. But also, the other issue is it has increased the accessibility of this EPC or of the e-cooking appliances. As at the moment, we as the company, we have a lot of network. We are talking of our sales agents who are our distributors. More than 60 sales agents have been acquired or created during the Cook Fund program. So the accessibility of electric pressure cooker has been easily for the end user. But in the public in general, this program has increased the awareness of e-cooking appliances, not only electric pressure cooker, but also electric cooking appliance to the public and especially private sectors, because we know the private sectors are the key actors on this issue of clean cooking. But also it has created indirect jobs, as I said, that through this program, we as a company, because we have a policy of ensuring that for us, we are based in Dar es Salaam, Dodoma, and Kilimanjaro, where we have our offices, but in other regions, we use distribution channel through sales agents. So we have managed to increase, to create opportunity of employing these sales agents. Alongside with these sales agents, we also increased number of technicians. As for the company, we are providing after-sales services through the trained technicians. And within this program, we have managed to increase sales agents more than 30 within the project areas. So this is a very good opportunity for me as representing the company to say thank you for this program, because it has made us move to one step to another. But also the documentary, we have also increased our financial performance. So we thank you so much. And all other grantees, I think they can also champion on this Cook Fund program. Thank you so much.
Let's give our Shiro another big round of applause. Tumpige makofi, one of the grantees. There's a phrase, there's a statement that says, if you want to know the future of any country, if you want to know the future of any continent, look at its youthful population. You know, as young as she is and the amazing stuff that she does, it's really, we're on the very right trajectory. Guest of honor, I'm delighted to first and foremost inform you that our colleague from Burundi is already with us. And with your permission, I will invite him to give us his remarks, country remarks. This is none other but Mr. Kasaba Ivan, Technical Advisor, Ministry of Hydraulics, Energy and Mines, Republic of Burundi. He's going to speak in French. I left my French passport. However, I have requested my brother, the rapporteur, to do us the honor to do the parallel translation. So please go slowly so that he can be translating to us in English as you speak in French. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. Anita's presentation from the Ministry of Energy, Republic of Tanzania, will follow after this brief salutation. Karibu.
Jambo sana. Naitwa Iva Kasaba. C'est un grand honneur de me présenter ici.
It is a great moment to be here.
Dans cette symposium sur l'énergie propre.
Now, this is giving us more energy.
En ce qui concerne le Burundi,
as far as Burundi is concerned,
pour la question propre, nous avons pris le premier.
We have taken the first part.
Parce que nous avons un département qui est en charge des énergies renouvelables et efficacité énergétique.
Because we have a partner who is really working in this renewable energy.
And the efficiency energy also.
And efficient energy.
Dans ce département, on se contente si la question propre, les initiatives que nous avons prises comme engagement.
The initiative that we've taken in this engagement.
Nous avons commencé à rassembler.
We have started by coming together.
C'est un groupe de gens.
It is a group of people
qui se sont mis ensemble.
Who came together.
Pour mettre en avant un substitut au bois de chauffe et le bois énergie.
Who have decided to steering these energy initiatives.
Dans ce cas, on a fait une table ronde. Là où nous avons invité tous les intervenants dans le secteur des énergies renouvelables.
So we invited all stakeholders to participate in these initiatives.
Pour nous montrer ce qui sont comme des idées innovantes.
Where they can show us innovative ideas.
Pour la cuisson propre.
For moving in the right way.
Pour ça, nous avons fait un groupe de travail.
So we have prepared a task force.
Là où nous faisons des descentes afin qu'ils nous puissent nous montrer ce qu'ils font.
In order for them to show us what really we need to do.
Et après ça, quand on trouve qu'il y a quelqu'un qui est dans la ligne directive du gouvernement,
if we find that there's someone who is working close with the government,
nous faisons un partenariat de travail avec lui.
So we enter into partnership to work with him.
Tout en recherchant des financements de part et d'autre envers les bailleurs.
So we have to take initiative to look for financing model.
Et mais jusqu'à maintenant, nous avons d'autres initiatives.
Up to this point, we have another initiative.
Nous avons une entreprise du gouvernement.
We have now worked with the government.
Une entreprise qui s'occupe de la tourbe.
With an enterprise which is working with.
Qui s'occupe de l'extraction de la tourbe.
Which is working together in this energy generation.
Pour ça, nous allons voir comment redynamiser cette entreprise afin que la tourbe revienne. À partir de la tourbe, on peut produire des briquettes écologiques.
So here we are working with this enterprise to see on how this turbine can help in these ecological issues.
Afin de diminuer tous ces effets néfastes pour la santé.
And in order to reduce endangering health issues.
Dans ce cas, nous avons aussi une entreprise qui vient dans notre pays, qui vient dans le cadre du PPP.
So we also have another enterprise which is working together with the government and private partnership
public.
And public.
Dans ce cas,
that is when
il veut introduire des cuisiniers électriques.
So I have to introduce electrical stove.
Parce que lui, cette entreprise travaille dans la distribution.
So this enterprise is working in distribution sector.
Parce que maintenant, chez nous, le loi sur l'énergie est libéralisé.
Because now the energy sector is liberalized.
Il y a des entreprises qui peuvent œuvrer dans la production et d'autres dans la distribution.
So other enterprises are working in production, others are working in distribution.
Et en fait, nous avons aussi des programmes de reboisement.
And now we also have other programs which are moving forward.
Pour le reboisement des arbres, afin de couvrir toutes les montagnes non couvertes par qui a été touché par le déboisement.
So we have to put more energy to ensure that everyone who is touched with the energy in the energy sector is accessed.
En fait, pour vous remercier, je voudrais vous dire que le Burundi, après le lead, via son ministère en charge de l'hydraulique, de l'énergie des mines, pour pallier à toute chose qui peut contribuer au changement climatique.
So at this point, I really thank you all, and we invite everybody who would like to come and share in these climate issues.
Si vous permettez, je vous remercie.
So thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Ziko Mokwambili. I believe I have represented all the countries present here, guest of honor. Before I bring Tanzania's presentation, which is going to be made by Engineer Anita, allow me to make one quick announcement to all the participants here. Number one, the badges that we're wearing, the IDs that we're wearing has a QR code. If you scan the QR code, you will be able to register for a field visit after tomorrow on Thursday. There's a trip that is organized for us, but only if you register. The rest of the details will be provided. So kindly scan the QR code. Other than to be able to register, you'll also be able to access the program for the day, for the 2 days, but also I think the photos for the events are also posted there. Number two, all government officials from the United Republic of Tanzania present, there's a form that we need to fill in, a registration form, which is at the Ministry of Energy's table. The gentleman with the form, if you can please rise. Please see this gentleman at your convenience to fill up that form. Without further ado, guest of honor, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we now have Engineer Anita Otoringia, energy engineer, to come and do a presentation on government of Tanzania, the implementation of the Tanzania National Clean Cooking Strategy 2024-2034, specific focus on acceleration of public awareness and behavioral change in transitioning clean cooking technologies and the market. As she comes, let's put our hands together for her. Karibu sana. Those who clap will enjoy lunch because soon after our presentation, we shall be going for lunch, minding that we just came from tea break. So please When we clap, let's clap harder so that it speeds up the digestion. Karibu Mhandisi Anita.
Honorable guests of honor, distinguished guests, good afternoon. As I've been introduced, my name is Anita Ringia. I'm from the Ministry of Energy, and specifically from the Clean Cooking Unit. And today I'm going to present on the implementation of the Tanzania National Clean Cooking Strategy that we launched last year in May. This is what I'm going to cover in my presentation today. We're going to have a look into statistics on clean cooking from the global perspective to Tanzanian level. Also, we're going to see the current situation of clean cooking solutions in Tanzania. We're also going to talk about the Clean Cooking Championship. We'll also take a look at the Tanzania National Clean Cooking Strategy that was launched last year. Also, we'll have a look into the ongoing initiatives, the current ongoing initiatives, the impact of those initiatives, and where we can collaborate with the government of Tanzania. So worldwide, about 2 billion people do not have access to clean cooking solutions. And out of these 2 billion people, 900 million people are coming from Africa. And here in Tanzania, in 2021, we only had 6.9% of the population having access to clean cooking, but currently the access, of course, it has increased to about 16%, and we are doing a baseline survey, and we'll have more current data by the end of June. As we all know, the use of traditional cooking solutions has different effects from the environment to the health. And on the and on the health part, the use of traditional cooking solutions lead to premature death. And worldwide, over 3 million people die prematurely from the use of traditional cooking solutions because they inhale the toxic smoke, because they spend a lot of time cooking using firewood and charcoal, which emit the smoke, which has negative effects. And most of people who are affected are women and children, because they spend so much time cooking using the polluting fuels. About 60% of the deaths, they are coming from women and children. In Africa, we have about 500,000 people to 700,000 people who die annually due to the use of traditional cooking solutions. And in Tanzania, it's about 33,000 people die every year due to the use of traditional cooking solutions. Apart from these effects, we also know that the use of traditional cooking solutions contribute to the effects of climate change. But also, you know, when women carry the heavy load of firewood, they also have back issues, joint issues. It is also contributed by the use of these traditional cooking solutions. So every one of us has a part to play to make sure that there is more access to modern and cleaner cooking solutions. So in Tanzania, as I said, in 2021, we had 6.1% of the population using clean cooking solutions. So this is the current situation. As you can see, there's still a bigger percent of the households using firewood and charcoal, and the remaining percent, they're using clean cooking solutions, including gas and electricity for cooking. Yes, we can talk about clean cooking if we can talk about our champion, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. She's the president of the United Republic of Tanzania, and she's been championing this agenda since 2022. As the guest of honor explained, she directed that we needed to have a 10-year roadmap here in Tanzania that will help us to reduce the dependency of the traditional cooking solutions. And since then, she has been championing this agenda both in the country and outside the country. And in 2023, December, during COP28, she launched a program which was tailor-made for African women to help them have access to these clean cooking solutions. She has been championing this agenda through various summits and platforms. For example, in May 2024, we had a summit on clean cooking in Africa, which took place in Paris. She co-chaired with high-level leaders, such as the Prime Minister of Norway, the President of AFDB, and the Executive Director of IEA. And from this summit, we were able to mobilize $2.2 billion in financial pledges to help accelerate the use of clean cooking in Africa. But she continued to champion this agenda even in G20 summit, which took place in Brazil. She championed, and as a result, clean cooking emerged as one of the declarations. It was declaration number 53 during the G20 Rio de Janeiro Leaders Declaration. But also in COP29, the government of Tanzania hosted a high-level side event, which was chaired by His Excellency, Dr. Philip Mpango, who is the Vice President of the Republic of Tanzania. This side event was about addressing clean cooking challenges in Africa, a call for African leadership. And in this side event, it highlighted the urgent need of having political leadership. As we have all seen, it is important to have leaders buying into this agenda. But also we highlighted about the innovative partnership, the need to have partnerships and financial needs in implementing clean cooking initiatives in Africa. But also, as we all know, in January this year, Tanzania hosted a summit, African Heads of State Energy Summit. And in this summit, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan continued to champion the clean cooking agenda, and she launched the Tanzania National Energy Compact. And in this compact, clean cooking is one of the main agendas that has been explained. And we have a target of 75% of having clean cooking access in Tanzania by 2030. And this Tanzania National Energy Compact is complementing the Tanzania National Clean Cooking Strategy, which we have a target of ensuring that 80% of the population has access by 2034. As I explained, last year in May, we launched the National Clean Cooking Strategy here in Tanzania. And the main target it is to have an 80% access by 2034. And it was, again, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, who is our president. She's the one who launched this one to show her commitment. So in this strategy, we have a number of objectives that we believe once we implement these objectives, we are going to achieve the 80% target. And to start with, we are starting with the awareness, public and institutional awareness. We noticed that there is lack of awareness, and it is a barrier of people transitioning to clean cooking solutions. So we have a number of clean cooking campaigns that we are already implementing and the ones that are coming up. But also we are about to launch the clean cooking communication strategy, which is going to give a clear roadmap on how we are going to do these campaigns. So we'll find key messages, we'll know our target audience, we'll also know how to reach them, we'll also know which kind of messages can be tailor-made for them, which channels can be used to reach to them, so that communication strategy will give all that roadmap, and it will be followed by everyone, but the Ministry of Energy will be the custodian of this strategy. But also we are working to ensure that there is accessibility of raw material and infrastructure. And with this one, we are working with different institutions in the government. For example, TPDC, we are working with them to make sure that there is natural gas connection. With REA, we are also working with them. STAMICO in the provision of briquettes, and so many other partners. But we also know that it is a challenge. The initial cost of acquiring this clean cooking solution, it is a problem, and most of the population cannot afford it. So we also have a number of strategies on how to make sure that the clean cooking solutions are affordable, especially the initial cost. Currently, we have already analyzed and we have identified the taxes that can be exempted, and it is ongoing. But also we are encouraging the use of the technologies such as pay-as-you-go technologies, which helps people to pay in smaller quantities. But also we are encouraging the use of, the provision of soft loans. As you all know, there is 100 billion Tanzania shillings loan from NMB Yes, but also we are working with REA to provide subsidies in clean cooking solutions. Yes, we understand that when we started the championship in clean cooking, there were some policies that were conflicting. So we have already worked on that. We have reviewed our policies to make sure that they are all harmonized and they are not conflicting with one another. But also under this objective, we're also going to have a National Clean Cooking Fund, which is going to be hosted under REA, and we are also reviewing their act to make sure that they can implement, when it comes to clean cooking, they can implement up to the urban areas, because currently their act is limiting them to only rural areas. So we review the act to make sure that the Rural Energy Fund, which is under REA, it is an agency under the Ministry of Energy, Rural Energy Agency, under the Ministry of Energy in Tanzania. And they are already implementing clean cooking, but in rural areas. So we want to expand that scope to urban areas because they already have that capacity. Yes, we are also promoting investments because we understand the government cannot implement the strategy on its own. So we are working with the private sector to make sure that they have a friendly and conducive environment for them to implement the strategy with us. But also we know we have limited researchers and innovations in the area of clean cooking. So we are working with research institutions, different universities, to make sure that we have enough researchers in the area of clean cooking. But also we want to create a platform where these researchers that are already available can get to the industry, because there are also researchers that are just there in the cabinet, but they haven't reached the industry. So we're going to create that platform to make sure that all the researchers that are available will get to the industry for the users. Yes, we are also working to build the capacity of implementers. And for example, in this one, we are working with MEX. They have e-cooking programs. For example, they want to train the capacity, they want to enhance the capacity of technicians in repair and maintenance. They will start with the e-cooking, because we know for most of us, when our devices, the e-cooking devices, our appliances, when they are malfunctioned, we don't really have a place to take them to repair them. So under this objective, we are working with MEX to train different technicians to be able to repair those appliances. We also have other cross-cutting issues, issues dealing with HIV, gender, and good governance. This strategy is also going to cover all these cross-cutting issues. So here in Tanzania, we have a number of projects and initiatives that are ongoing. Some of them are being led by the government, but others by the private sector and development partners. So we are working with REA to distribute 200,000 subsidized improved cook stoves. So this one is ongoing, but we are also distributing about 450,000 subsidized LPG cylinders, and up to now, they have already distributed about 150,000 cylinders. They are subsidized. We're also working with TPDC, of course, and REA to connect natural gas to about 980 households in Lindi and Pwani, where we already have the main pipeline, the main gas pipeline, natural gas pipeline. We are also supporting institutions to transition into using clean cooking solutions. We are also working with REA again to support, for example, we are working to support 129 prisons. We also have projects with different development partners. For example, UNCDF, I know we have an upcoming project with about 58 institutions. We also have 50 schools under WFP and SE for All. We also have about 2 schools for pilot under JICA. We're also working with JICA. So we have a number of projects to make sure that institutions that are feeding more than 100 people per day, they transition into using clean cooking solutions. And through the Vice President's Office in 2023 March, we published a ban against using firewood and charcoal in institutions that are feeding more than 100 people per day. So in implementing that ban, we are supporting institutions, especially the public institutions. And in the strategy, if you go through it, we have a target of ensuring about 31,000 public institutions are using clean cooking solutions by the end of the implementation of the strategy. We're also supporting SMEs through the EU-funded programs, and currently about 59 SMEs are already supported. We saw the clips, we saw them talk, saying how they've been benefited from this program. We are also distributing subsidized machines for briquette production, and with this, we have about 3 billion Tanzania shillings to support STAMICO. STAMICO is an institution under the government of Tanzania to produce briquettes that are coming from coal. We also have ongoing awareness programs. As I explained earlier, we are going to launch Clean Cooking Communication Strategy, which will give a roadmap and guideline on how to do these campaigns. Because we have had a number of people doing these campaigns, but we didn't have like a unified message, we didn't have clear channels, we didn't even know who our target audience, which messages should be tailor-made for which audience. So this strategy is going to give that roadmap. Yes, we are going to launch that strategy in this month. We are also working to have a database. This one is going to be a place where you can find all the data regarding clean cooking here in Tanzania. So currently we are doing a baseline survey, and from this baseline, we will know in each region in Tanzania what is available, what are the resources, what is the demand, what is the gap, what are the challenges, and then from there we can also develop that database. So we are working on these two at the same time. As I said, we are going to have a National Clean Cooking Fund, and it's going to be under Rural Energy Agency, under the ministry. We have capacity building programs. I explained, for example, the ones that we are working with MEX, etc. Infrastructure development, we are working to develop minimum energy performance standards, and to start with, we have started with e-cooking appliances, but we will extend this to other cooking solutions. This one we are also working with MEX and UNDP. We are also working to train technicians, as explained, where we can take our appliances once they malfunction. Currently, we have a dedicated clean cooking team here in Tanzania, and it is under the Ministry of Energy. We have a director here. So it is to show our commitment as a country that we are very serious about this clean cooking, and we have this unit, and it is dedicated to implement the clean cooking initiatives in the country. As I also said, we have done an analysis of taxes that need to be reduced or to be removed, so as to help majority of people afford the use of clean cooking solutions. So we can't have this solution if we don't have an impact. So these are the impacts that we are expecting to have once we finish implementing these initiatives. We expect an increased adoption of clean cooking in households, and specifically an 80% access by 2034. We expect an increased private sector participation. Now we have a lot of people that are interested to invest in clean cooking. We expect increased coordination of clean cooking program in the country, because right now we have different people who are implementing. So as we are implementing the strategy, one of the outcomes, it is increased coordination. Also increased institutional consumption following the ban that we published in 2023. We expect reduced cultural and behavioral barriers. As I said, through awareness, we are going to tackle this problem. We also expect increased partnership and collaboration with development partners. As a country right now, through the Ministry of Energy, we have a number of partners that want to collaborate with us. We also expect increased carbon trading opportunities through clean cooking. We have a few projects that we have already registered, but we want to register more projects, especially those that are from the government. We also expect increased local and global policy reforms. As I said, we have already reviewed our policies, especially the ones that are conflicting. We are making sure that they are all harmonized. So we have different areas of collaboration, and we invite different partners to work with us. As I said earlier, the government cannot pull this on its own. We need different partners, private sector, development partners to work with us. So we have an opportunity to work in the construction of infrastructure for receiving, for producing, storing, and distributing clean cooking. For example, we need partnership in constructing more LPG receiving and storage facilities. We need partnership in the construction of natural gas distribution infrastructure in the areas where we already have the pipeline. We expect to have plants here in Tanzania that are producing or assembling the LPG and natural gas accessories. We also want to have plants here in Tanzania for producing biogas and bioethanol to make sure that it is more accessible. We also want to have workshops for producing improved cookstoves, and with this one, we are going to start with local women groups. We are going to work with them, we are going to train them to build their capacity so that they can be able to produce these stoves. But also we want to have plants here in Tanzania for produce or to assemble e-cooking and solar stoves. We want them to be produced here in the country for job creation, but also, yeah, for, I mean, from all these projects, we also want to register them and benefit from carbon financing. Yes, there is also an opportunity to work with our public institutions. As I said, we have a target of ensuring about 31,000 institutions here in Tanzania have access to clean cooking solutions. So it is a huge number, and up to now, as of April, we only have about 700 institutions that have already transitioned. So you can see the gap from 700 to 31,000. It is still a huge gap. So we invite partners to work with us to ensure that we bridge that gap. Also, there is we need partnership and collaboration in the implementation of awareness programs. We want to have more of these programs in all over Tanzania, across all regions, so we cannot do it on our own. And with this one, I would like to commend again MEX. They have already been supportive in this one. I think in the next 2 months, they're going to launch their e-cooking awareness program. So we invite more partners in this. We also invite partners in the research, innovation, and technological transfer, capacity building programs, and carbon financing as well. So in conclusion, I would like to say that here in Tanzania, we have enough resources. We have natural gas, we have coal, we have so many resources that can be turned into clean cooking solutions. But also the demand is rising as we continue to create awareness. More people are becoming aware on why they should transition into clean cooking solutions. So the demand is high. We invite partners to come invest here in Tanzania because the market is there. There are different opportunities. I've already outlined them for the private sector. The environment is conducive. We have policies, we have the strategy, we have a clear roadmap on where we are going as a country. So we truly invite all partners to work with us. We also have political stability and social stability. So there's no reason really for not coming to here to invest in Tanzania. Having said that, let us continue to support Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. She's been championing this agenda from 2022, and she's still championing this both here in Tanzania and outside the country. She has a slogan, Tumtue Mama Kuni Kichwani, which translates to let's relieve mothers from carrying firewood. You know, we enjoy the good food from our mothers. Let's not give them the burden of carrying the heavy firewood, of inhaling the toxic smoke. Let's give them a good environment to cook something that we are both going to enjoy. Having said that, thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Let's give Anita another big round of applause. Engineer Anita, thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. Guests of honor, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to go on to an hour break for lunch. I want to believe that everyone has received their coupon. Lunch will be served at the main restaurant, the main hotel building. We shall reconvene at exactly 2:45. Please take a note that as soon as we come back, we're going to have a theatrical to set us ready for a panel discussion, which will feature Ms. Frances Bishop, Is Ms. Bishop with us? Thank you so much. Matthew, thank you. Stephen? Steve? Thank you so much. And Mr. Charles Barnabas, thank you so much. This will be moderated by Pedretti. Thank you very much. So this is a very interesting session, but just before we go on to this, we have the theatrical, and right after the discussion, we shall have Q&A session whereby we'll all be invited to chip in, comment, question, addition, subtraction, and then we shall have Honorable Angelina Mabula to wrap up the day, and that will mark the end of day one, Kairuki. She will wrap up the day, and that will be the end of day one. Without further ado, I would like at this juncture to thank you all and welcome you all for lunch. Bon appetit. Clean energy, clean energy.
Hilali. Habari. Karibu katika simulizi ya Faraja binti Maliatabu, mwanafunzi wa darasa la 6 anayepitia changamoto mbalimbali katika safari yake ya kusaka elimu. Changamoto zinazomkatisha tamaa. Ni saa 12 na dakika 15 alfajiri. Mama Faraja anamwamsha Faraja.
Majivu, masinzi, jamani. Hii kutumia hii kuni mpaka lini? Nimechoka mimi. Unaye sijui hajaamka, sijui bado amelala. Yuko wapi Faraja? 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 Faraja?
Be mama.
Mwanangu, mbona unalala sana jamani?
Shika mama.
Kwani unalala hivyo mwanangu?
Mama samani nimepitiwa.
Unatakiwa ukakate kuni, urudi uje ujiandae uende shule. Paka saizi umelala.
Mama, lakini mimi kila siku tunaenda kukata kuni. Kwa nini mama? Kila siku tu mimi naenda kukata kuni. Mwalimu Dennis kila siku tu ananigombeza mimi, wenzangu wananicheka mama.
Sikiliza mwanangu. Sasa unadhani ukilala mpaka saizi utaendaje shule angali hata uji ujanywa bado? Jitahidi mwanangu uende ukakate kuni ili je nikupikie uji unywe uende shule.
Mama Faraja, shikamoo.
Marhaba Juma. Karibu mwanangu.
Asante. Faraja, ujiandaa mpaka sasa hivi. Unachelewa darasani.
Juma, nisikilize. Wewe tangulia shule. Sawa
Sawa.
Faraja kuna shughuli kidogo anafanya. Atakuja akimaliza. Wewe tangulia.
Sawa. Faraja baadaye.
Sawa.
Sasa wewe unataka kuanza kujifananisha maisha yetu sisi na maisha ya kina Faraja, si ndio? Sasa ukianza kujifananisha maisha yetu sisi na kina Juma, alafu Faraja mwanangu, kwani unapenda kunichanganya lakini?
Lakini mama, mimi kila siku tu kwenda kukata kuni mama. Mimi nimechoka ya maisha mama.
Ni kweli mwanangu. Hata mimi mama yako siyafurahia ya maisha, lakini usihuzunike sana mwanangu, kuna siku yatapita. Sijali. Sawa? Wewe nenda, nitakukorogea uji. Utakunywa, utaenda shule, lakini kwa sasa nenda kachukue panga, kakate kuni. Sawa mtoto wangu? Najua yatapita. Sawa mwanangu Usijali mama. Nenda kachukue panga, kakate kuni. Mimi kuna shule na mimi naenda kumalizia. Sawa Haya mwanangu.
Faraja akiwa njiani katika hali ya uchovu, huku akiwa amebeba mzigo wa kuni kichwani, ghafla anajikuta matatizoni, akichomwa na mwiba mguuni unaompelekea maumivu makali sana.
Mwiba. Ndo maana mimi sipendi kuja huku kukata kuni. Kuna miiba mikali sana.
Akiwa pale chini, mara anatokea kijana aitwaye Shabani, maarufu kama Shebi.
Faraja, binti mrembo mkata kuni. Kila siku nakwambia kuwa na mimi utaki. Ukiwa na mimi hutateseka hivi kwa kukata kuni. Faraja, nikubalie Faraja.
Niache nisije nikakujazia watu. Ukaenda kufungwa jela miaka 30.
30 tena Faraja?
Faraja, Faraja, Faraja. Faraja, nimekuita mara 3 Faraja. Pole sana binti yangu. Faraja, wewe ni miongoni mwa wasichana na wavulana wengi ambao bado wanapitia changamoto mbalimbali kama unazopitia wewe. Kuchelewa shuleni kwa kufuata kuni kwenye vichaka na mapori ya mbali. Kukumbwa na dhoruba pamoja na kadhia kadha wa kadha, ikiwemo almanusra za kugongwa na nyoka porini. Kuchomwa na miba kwa uchungu mkali sana Faraja. Na kama haitoshi, dhihaka na fedheha za mabaradhuli wasio na chembe hata ya huruma wala heshima. Pole sana Faraja. Simama, inuka Faraja. Futa machozi Faraja. Jamii inakutazama Faraja. Hauko peke yako. Tupo pamoja nawe Faraja.
Faraja.
Mwalimu.
Huu ni muda wa darasani mpaka sasa hivi upo hapa. Vipi?
Mwalimu, mama alinituma kwa.
Kwanza ujambo?
Sijamashika mwalimu.
Marahaba,
Mama alinituma kuni asubuhi. Nilipofika porini nimekosa kugongwa na nyoka.
Pole sana.
Na pia wakati narudi nimechomwa na mwiba.
Mguu gani? Pole sana, pole sana. Pole.
Na pia kuna kijana amenikuta wakati naugulia maumivu ya mwiba. Akaanza kuniambia maneno ya kuninyanyasa, kunikejeli.
Yupo hapa huyo kijana? Hapa yupo? Yupo? Hayupo?
Hayupo.
Pole. Sasa Faraja, beba kuni zako. Pole, pole, usilie. Beba kuni, nenda nyumbani. Ila ukifika nyumbani, mwambie mama uje naye shuleni, nina mazungumzo naye. Sawa Faraja?
Sawa mwalimu.
Pole, pole. Wae nyumbani, mwambie afanye haraka, nina mazungumzo naye. Sawa?
Sawa.
Pole. Pole Faraja. Pole sana. Msichelewe.
Sawa.
Ni saa 3 na dakika 25 asubuhi. Shule msingi Tumaini Jipya kuna semina maalum ya utoaji elimu kuhusu umuhimu wa matumizi ya nishati safi ya kupikia. Mwalimu Dennis anaingia katika chumba cha semina.
Jamani wana semina, habari za saa hizi? Poleni na pilika, lakini pia niwape hongera kwa kuweza kuhudhuria kwa wingi leo katika semina yetu ya kuweza kupatiana elimu na kuweza kukumbushana na jamii kuhusu umuhimu wa kuweza kutumia nishati safi. Katika semina hii pia leo nimeambatana na mwanafunzi wangu Juma. Njoo tafadhali. Nipo na mwanafunzi wangu Juma kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tunakumbushana na jamii umuhimu wa kuweza kutumia nishati safi kwa ajili ya kuweza kupikia. Juma, wasalimia wazazi wako amkie.
Shikamoo wazazi.
Huyu ni Juma. Karibu sana na karibuni. Naomba niwakaribishe kwa wale wote ambao tupo maeneo haya kuweza kupatiana hii semina inahusiana na umuhimu wa kuweza kutumia nishati safi ya kupikia kwa umuhimu wa jamii yetu, kwa sababu dunia inakwenda kasi sana. Mama Faraja. Karibu sana.
Asante sana Mwalimu Dennis.
Habari za nyumbani?
Salama.
Karibu.
Asante.
Mama Faraja, imekuwa vizuri sana. Wakati nakuja hapa shuleni nimekutana na Faraja, lakini hali niliyomkuta kidogo haikuwa nzuri. Nimemkuta analia na amenielezea baadhi ya matukio ambayo yamemkuta. Lakini pia Faraja ni moja kati ya wanafunzi ambao anachelewa hata kuja darasani. Mahudhurio yake sio mazuri sana kiasi kwamba hata kipindi cha mitihani anaweza akawa asifanye vizuri. Tatizo nini ambayo Faraja anamsumbua nyumbani?
Ni kweli Mwalimu Dennis.
Ndio.
Changamoto inayempata Faraja anapoamka asubuhi.
Ndio.
Ni lazima aende akakate porini kuni kwanza. Alafu akirudi tupike uji anywe ndo aende shule.
Sasa Mama Faraja, dunia ya sasa imebadilika. Dunia ya sasa inakwenda kasi sana. Matumizi ya kuni, matumizi ya mkaa, hiyo ni nishati isiyofaa kwa matumizi ya jamii.
Sasa Mwalimu Dennis, nitatumia nini?
Sasa hivi jamii imebadilika. Unaweza ukatumia nishati safi ya kupikia kama vile gesi, umeme na kadhalika. Ndio. Ya, kuna umuhimu na kuna faida nyingi sana za kutumia nishati safi ya kupikia kama umeme, gesi na kadhalika. Lakini kabla sijakwambia faida zake pia, nikuambie tu wewe ambaye unatumia hiyo nishati kama ya kuni au mkaa, yapo matatizo au madhara mengi ambayo unaweza ukayapata. Pole sana. Moja kati ya madhara ambayo unaweza ukayapata kwa kutumia nishati isiyofaa kama kuni, moshi unaweza kuwasababishia kukohoa kama hivyo. Sawa, kuna wengine hata macho yao yanabadilika yanakuwa mekundu na mpaka wanafikia hatua ya kuitwa wachawi. Hujawahi kuisikia hiyo?
Nimesikia mara nyingi.
Lakini pia kuna wengine pia wanapata hata na matatizo ngozi, unakuta kwamba inakuwa inasinyaa, hii haina nuru. Hii ni kwa sababu wewe kuna muda unaishi na moshi nyumbani.
Hivi na hiyo inaweza ikawa sababu pia
Ni kweli, lakini pia kwa kutumia nishati isiyofaa, maana yake ni kwamba pia unahatarisha hata mazingira ya afya yako, hata mazingira ambayo yanaizunguka jamii. Kwa hiyo tunakukumbusha kuweza kutumia nishati safi ya kupikia kwa ajili ya kuweza kutunza mazingira na kuweza kuwa na afya nzuri hata wewe mwenyewe.
Nashukuru sana Mwalimu Dennis.
Ndio.
Nimefurahi sana kweli.
Una lolote labda unataka kuuliza?
Nilitamani nisalimie. Habari zenu wazazi?
Salama.
Asanteni. Mimi naitwa Mama Faraja.
Ndio.
Ni mama ambaye nilikuwa napitia changamoto sana kuhusu matumizi ya kuni.
Ndio.
Lakini nashukuru kwa sasa nimepata darasa kutoka kwa Mwalimu Dennis. Natamani sasa, na sio kutamani, na mimi pia nitabadilika, tatumia na nishati safi na salama ya kupikia. Kwa hiyo napenda kuahidi wazazi pamoja na walimu, kuanzia leo mwanangu Faraja atakuwa anawahi masomo. Kwa kweli hatachelewa tena.
Jamani, tumpigie makofi Mama Faraja na familia ya Mama Faraja. Safi kabisa. Faraja, unajisikiaje? Mama anakuahidi hautochelewa tena katika masomo. Unajisikiaje?
Najisikia furaha sana.
Unajisikia furaha? Mwambie asante mama.
Mama, asante.
Sawa mwanangu.
Sawa, sasa Faraja na Juma mnaweza mkaenda darasani kuendelea na masomo. Sawa? Nendeni darasani mkaendelea na masomo. Mama Faraja, nikupe hongera kwa kuweza kubadilika na kukubali kuingia katika matumizi ya nishati safi. Kuna faida nyingi sana za kuweza Juma njoo hapa. Kuna faida nyingi kama nilivyokuambia za kutumia nishati safi. Juma nilimkabidhi mabango hapa kidogo pia aweze kuwaonyesha na wengine pia.
Sawa mwalimu.
Mabango ya kuweza kutaja zile faida ambazo tunaweza kuzipata kwa jamii kutumia nishati safi. Bango letu la kwanza Juma linasemaje?
Haichafui mazingira na ni rafiki wa mazingira.
Ukiwa unatumia nishati safi nyumbani kwako, mazingira yanakuwa ni safi muda wote na ni rafiki wa mazingira. Bango la pili linasemaje Juma?
Inaokoa muda.
Unaona, inaokoa muda. Wewe ulikuwa unamtuma Faraja, anachelewa masomo, unachelewa kupika chakula, lakini ukiwa unatumia nishati safi maana yake ni kwamba utaokoa muda wako. Sawa Mama Faraja? Bango letu lingine limesemaje?
Gharama yake ni nafuu.
Gharama ni nafuu. Mama Faraja, ukiwa unatumia kuni au mkaa, kwa mfano kuni, unaweza ukajikuta kwamba wewe unaugua, sawa kwa kupigwa labda na moshi, unatumia gharama katika matibabu. Kwa hiyo hii gharama ni nafuu, sawa unarahisisha muda. Na bango lingine linasemaje Juma?
Ni salama kwa afya yako.
Ni salama kwa afya yako. Mama Faraja, unasikia?
Nimesikia mwalimu.
Bango la mwisho linasemaje?
Karibu kwenye ulimwengu wa kisasa.
Karibu kwenye ulimwengu wa kisasa. Mama Faraja, kuanzia sasa badilika, tumia nishati safi ya kupikia. Sawa?
Asante mwalimu Dennis.
Haya Juma, unaweza kaenda. Jamani, kwa pamoja wanajamii, tuwapongeze wale ambao wameingia kuweza kutumia nishati safi ya kupikia, akiwemo pia na Mama Faraja. Tumpigie makofi tena Mama Faraja. Asanteni kwa kuweza kutusikiliza. Kwa sasa namsindikiza Mama Faraja nyumbani kwake.
Asante mwalimu.
Asante, makofi mengi kwa igizo.
Thank you very much for that beautiful performance. I will just say it in brief of what has transpired. So we saw a young lady called Faraja. Her mom woke up and started waking her up to go and collect firewood so that she could prepare porridge before she went to school. As she went to collect firewood, she got hurt. But again, amongst other threats, she escaped snake bite. But also there are some young boys who were trying to sweet talk her and get her off the route. Then she met her teacher along the way. Then she explained the situation to the teacher, that I'm doing this and I've encountered, I've survived a snake bite. I got hurt by a thorn. The young people have tried to seduce me. Then the teacher said, okay, gather yourself up, pick up your firewood, go home, and please tell your parent to come to school. So we also saw that Faraja's mother went to school and met with the teacher, who now spent time to explain to her why it is important to use clean cooking energy. Now, she mentioned, the teacher mentioned 5 of the benefits, which are benefits of clean cooking. They protect your health, but also it keeps the environment clean and keeps your house tidy. Very effective and time-saving. It is also very cost-effective, but again, it's safe for your health. And then they concluded by saying, welcome to the world of modern clean cooking technologies. This is what has transpired. So let's once again give them a big round of applause for a good reminder that we really need to transform and not go back to our old ways. Guests of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me now to invite onto the next session, which is almost the final session for the day, the panel discussion, which will be looking onto development partners' roles in assisting the shift to clean cooking, including funding landscape, market expansion, partnership, and knowledge exchange. I'm honored and delighted to bring to the stage the moderator. This is none other but Mr. Perdetti Massimiliano. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. Karibu sana. Do you want me to call your panelists, or you're going to invite them yourself as you do your bios or something? I bring them to the stage. Thank you so much. From SNV Netherlands, may I invite to the stage Ms. Frances Bishop. As she comes, let's give our hands of, put our hands together for her. Karibu sana. From AFD, Mr. Matthew Bomania. Karibu sana. From Embassy of Sweden, Mr. Stephen Mwakifwamba. Karibu sana. Please, yeah. From British High Commission, Mr. Charles Barnabas. Charles, karibu sana. Distinguished participants, as I had said, this panel is going to focus on funding landscape, market expansion, partnerships, and knowledge exchange. Matthew, you have the floor. Sorry, Predeti. Padretti, you have the floor. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Max Pedretti. I work for the European Union delegation in Dar es Salaam, and I'm following very closely this program with the UNCDF and the Ministry of Energy, the Cook Fund. I'm actually the manager of the funding from the European Union. This is a part of a larger program, for your information, which also involves, for example, NGOs, promoting sustainable use of production and use of biomass, part of the transition towards clean cooking. But the stronger component of this program is the Cook Fund, which is providing access to finance to small and medium enterprises in Tanzania that want to distribute and produce locally or import clean cooking devices and fuels. Part of the program is also awareness campaign, and also we have a component of institutional clean cooking, where we will provide to schools, for example, equipment for preparing meals for the students using clean cooking, clean energy. Just in brief, the interest of the European Union towards clean cooking will continue also beyond this program. We also touch indirectly other aspects. For example, we are supporting the creation of a baseline, of a database, which will fit the National Bureau of Statistics with information for establishing the exact level of adoption of clean cooking today. We are also, with UNDP, promoting standards, and within those standards there are also electric appliances. So we are kind of supporting under many directions the sector. I'm here today to moderate. European Union is a typical donor. We do not provide loans, we give grants. And we collaborate with partners like UNCDF and others. We fund them for them to implement, but we also sometimes blend our money with financing institutions that are lending. So we are blending the grant with the loan to facilitate the operation, to make the loans be it for public institution or private sector, more affordable. We have here represented a very nice example of various approaches to clean cooking. I will ask questions to all of you. Maybe before that, it's good that you introduce yourself and your organization, or what you are currently doing in the sector of clean cooking, or what are you preparing for the future. May I start maybe with you, Stephen?
Hello. Hello. Yes, hello. My name is Stephen Makifamba, working with the Swedish Embassy in Dar es Salaam as a program manager for energy, environment, and climate. And also I'm representing Energy Development Group, partner group to Rural Energy Board, just to share the strategic development of the organization when it comes to rural energy access, including clean cooking. Thank you.
Yes, Charles.
Thank you, Maxi. My name is Charles Barnabas, and I'm working as a partnership liaison lady and the Tanzania representative for the UKAID Modern Energy Cooking Service Program, MEX. MEX has an e-cooking demonstrator in Tanzania. It's called the Tanzania E-Cooking Scale and the Supported Program. It's a 6 work streams project with which we are working with many partners, including the Minister of Energy. The first work stream is concerning the issue of awareness. We are raising awareness that cooking with electricity is affordable, as long as we are using energy efficient electric appliances and not the traditional e-cooking appliances like the hot plates. We're also having the second work stream with which we are working with the TANESCO. We're also having the work stream with which we are working with the WFP and AC for All. We're also having the fourth component with which we are working with the fixture. This one actually it's very important, as it's aimed to develop the network of 300 technicians to be able to be available actually all over the country to repair e-cooking appliances. We are also working to develop the MEPS, the minimum energy performance standards for the e-cooking appliances. And in this one, we are collaborating with the Minister of Energy. We are collaborating with the UNDP and the TBS to develop these standards. And we are also having the 6 work stream with which we are providing funding to the private sector to be able to strengthen further the supply chain. Yeah, in this panel today, I will be representing Catherine Pai, who is the head of climate change at the British High Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. We go on with Mathieu.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mathieu Baumier. I work for AFD, the French Development Agency, which is a development finance institution which is very similar to the World Bank or AFDB. We provide the same type of financing tools, mainly loans, mainly to governments, but not only. And within AFD Group, there is also an entity called Proparco, which deals with the private sector, which can provide financing to the private sector. And there is also Expertise France, which can supply expertise, capacity building, technical assistance, and also implement projects. And I am a project officer at AFD in Dar es Salaam in charge of infrastructure.
Thank you. Francis?
And we work very closely with producers, so producers of cook stoves, and we have also slowly recently transitioned into e-cooking through working with the private sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you too. I think we have a lot to learn today because we have an experience very on the field, the one from SMB, for example, but we also have experiences from a higher perspective of financing. I will start maybe with you, Stephen. Sweden is an example of a very active donor with this facility called Modern Cooking Facility for Africa, very active also in Southern Africa and East Africa. And what is interesting for us to understand today is how do you see how this finance, which is blended in like a donor granting the money, is strategic in mobilizing commercial capital, in de-risking, for example, investment. What has a Modern Cooking Facility for Africa been successful at in these last years?
Thank you. Thank you, Max, for giving the opportunity to share reflections on how do we participate in Modern Cooking Facility for Africa. And this is, Sweden has been hello? Hello. Sweden has been supporting in this sector in Tanzania for many years, for the past 60 years, from capacity building, infrastructure, rural energy access, and capacity building. Then this MCFA is among of the support by Sweden. Then MCFA, with the abbreviation of Modern Cooking Facility for Africa, is a multi-country program. It's been implemented in 7 countries: Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Kenya, DRC, Zambia, Mozambique. Yes, those are the countries benefiting from this program. I'll talk a little bit how this financing has been done, which we call it blended financing. This is a crucial mechanism within Modern Cooking Facility for Africa initiatives, particularly in strategically using grant to de-risk investments and mobilize commercial capital. In a sector like clean cooking, where commercial viability is often constrained by high and profit and upfront risks and long payback period, blended financing enables catalytic to use of donor resources. Therefore, I'll give some important reflection when it comes to blended financing within MSFA. Normally, it's used in several functions. One, trying to do risk mitigation by providing early stage grants or first loss capital. Therefore, MSFA reduces the perceived and the real risk for private sector, encouraging their participation. It means we are giving some grants so that this private sector could be able to operate in areas where they can't do it, which would be a risk for them. Then another, hello? Hello? Another thing is the market building. Normally grants given under this program helps companies develop products, establish distribution networks, and build consumer awareness, as well as creating a more investable market environment. Trying to help them to go where it's not possible to invest, because sometimes you need to have a lot upfront cost when you want to do this kind of projects, because the return from it takes time. Then our blended financing, it helps them to be able to invest in areas which otherwise they could be able to invest due to high risk. The third point is leveraging private capital, which means through blended structure, donor grants can crowd in commercial funding, allowing companies to scale operation sustainably beyond the grant period. This helps a lot especially when private sector want to go to the bank to get loan. It's difficult if you don't have enough equity, enough capital. Then using our fund, they be able to access to do financial close with the bank, etc. Because there's some confidence that they have capital to be able to run. Therefore, ultimately, blended finance ensures that public resources are used efficiently to unlock private sector innovation. And scale for fostering sustainable and commercial viable clean cooking markets across the targeted countries.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's very similar in a way to the Cook Fund in Tanzania. While the Cook Fund in Tanzania is targeting very small businesses, also promoting very nascent initiative. I think Modern Cooking Facility for Africa is more distributing along several countries, maybe targeting bigger tickets, but for fewer companies probably. But it's more or less, I see, very, very similar. I would like now maybe to have a contribution by Mathieu of the French Agency for Development, which is purely a financial institution. They provide mainly public sovereign loans, but not only. You mentioned, for example, Propaco, which is directed to the private. But let's start maybe to understand better the public dimension of the loans that you operate. How do you see this strategy benefiting the clean cooking sector? What are the strategy and the plan that the French Agency for Development has with governments and public institutions when it comes to public lending for the clean cooking sector?
Thank you, Max. That's a very good question that we are still asking ourselves, because AFD, we have been working very closely with government in Tanzania, in Kenya, even in Uganda, on financing huge generation, transmission, distribution, rural electrification assets. And this is what we do every day, what we know how to do. We have the recipe. It's very easy. You have a few decision makers to work with. It's very capital intensive. The infrastructure, the assets that you finance, they last long, they generate revenues. So it's very adapted to a long-term, low-interest loan. Very easy. Clean cooking is completely different, as you all know. It's less obvious how to address clean cooking agenda with these tools. Because the decision makers, they are not the same. They are not sitting in government offices. They are not in this room. There are millions of cookers. They take the decisions. It's less capital intensive. It's a lot about behavior change. It's a lot of individual choices, different technologies. So it's not as obvious to finance with loans. And with the government, because private sector obviously plays an important role. but still we are determined to address, well, because in the past when we were financing rural electrification, and I remember 10, 15 years ago, I was working on projects in Senegal, in Niger, and we were not talking at all about clean cooking. We were just financing transmission lines, distribution lines. And at that time, electric cooking was not in the picture. It was clearly too expensive. Now, I think things have changed. E-cooking has come as a realistic solution. I'm not saying everywhere, but now we are not willing to continue financing rural electrification without thinking of the energy needs, not only the electricity needs of the populations, and especially for cooking, considering the huge impact it has on the lives of the population and on the environment. Even the French president, Emmanuel Macron, last year when President Samia went to France, they met and he committed that France would commit 100 million euros over 5 years in the world at the occasion of the Clean Cooking Summit. And more recently, in January, at the occasion of the Africa Energy Summit, he made himself a video that was shown at the summit in which he reiterated these commitments to provide 1 billion euros financing over 5 years for energy access and clean cooking. Now, having said that, how can we do that? Well, the first idea we have is to rely on what we already do, is to take advantage of the rural electrification projects that we finance. For example, in Tanzania, we are financing a 100 million euro project with the rural electrification, with the Rural Energy Agency that was designed some years ago. So that project does not have a specific clean cooking target, but now in the future we want that these kind of projects, they also target clean cooking. And as I said, not necessarily electric, even though we like a lot electric cooking, and we believe especially in Tanzania it's very relevant. But we can also finance other technologies, including GPL and biomass. Now, when we do that, it means that we work, our main, the borrower is the Ministry of Finance. We work with the government and we work with the utilities, so they have to play a key role. It does not mean that the private sector cannot benefit, but it has somehow to be organized by the public, either the public, like the Rural Energy Agency here in Tanzania, they provide subsidies, or they can organize result-based financings. Under these conditions, why not using soft loans to finance this transition to clean cooking? If you are ready to pay for transmission lines, why not paying just a bit more to make sure that what you are providing will actually be used and also be more financially sustainable for the electricity utility? So we plan to prepare a 50 to 80 million euro project, contribution to, I'm talking mainly for Tanzania, but the principles are valid for the other countries, Kenya and Uganda mainly. So in Tanzania, we are planning to join the Ascent program led by the World Bank, but this is still a very early stage, so any ideas are still welcome to make sure that this will work. A second way is to mainstream clean cooking in other projects that we finance. I take the example of a project where we will finance the rehabilitation of markets in Tanzania. So we take advantage of that to make sure that all the restaurants will use clean cooking in the future. And finally, the third way is to have specific actions for clean cooking. And we are now starting a new project, a 2 million grant, a 2 million euro project with Uganda and Tanzania to directly support companies, also to design investment and financing solutions, and to work on the regulatory environment and institutional development. So that's what we think we can do with the government.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. It's something to be underlined for the government here in Tanzania, but I believe also in other countries of the region. We have a development partner willing to offer money for borrowing, for the clean cooking space, for public institutions, for example, the Rural Energy Agency, or the ministry or the utility. If they want to launch a program, there is this opportunity. I think it's to be considered. Maybe we go now from the higher level of big financing. Let's maybe go back to the more practical aspect of the sector. We have here Charles of Modern Energy Cooking Services, which is the best, let's say, promoter of electric cooking in Africa so far, probably in the world, I don't know. They are very, very active. They've been promoting electric cookers since quite a while. We have seen today from our participants, also from other countries, how the electricity access is advancing. We saw the example of Kenya, but also Rwanda. Tanzania is also advancing. Electrification is going rapidly. Rural electrification is progressing rapidly. There is a kind of a momentum now to promote electric cooking. This is the main interest of MEX. What concrete steps are you planning to take to seize this momentum, to engage, for example, utilities in the deployment of electric cooking?
Thank you, Maxi. Maxi is happy to work with the 3 utilities across the Eastern African region, and just to mention across our neighborhoods who are not on the East African, for example, in Malawi, because Maxi also has activities in Malawi. And these utilities are the one from Tanzania, from Uganda, and from Kenya. In Tanzania, we are happy to work with TANESCO. And the model that we are using to work with TANESCO has been informed by our experience working with Umeme Limited in Uganda. So what we are how are we working with TANESCO? So from Uganda, Maxi experience is that you have to solve your problem first inside before solving the problem that are outside of you or out of your control. So what we are doing, we saw that it's really very important to firstly make the utilities staff to be able to know the benefits of e-cooking, and also to know the cost effectiveness around it, and also to know that it's feasible. Yeah, so what we are doing in Tanzania, we are creating e-cooking champions from TANESCO staff, and these e-cooking champions will be the ambassadors, will be the very good ambassador to the community to communicate that e-cooking is feasible, e-cooking is cost effectiveness, and e-cooking has the benefits in terms of healthy, costly, convenience, other things. So in Uganda, we've also been working with Umeme Limited, and working with Umeme Limited, actually in Uganda, electricity customers are able to acquire EPC. So once they were acquiring EPC, we have been monitored to learn about the uptake, the adoption of e-cooking. So among of the things that we learned was that we were able to monitor 500 customers with energy smart meters, and the observation was really very, very interesting. We found that almost 50% of cooking fuel cost were able to be minimized comparing to the other cooking fuels. So that was a very nice observation that we had from Uganda. And also in Kenya, we are working with the KP under their program Pikana Power, and we are supporting their awareness program also around the adoption of e-cooking. So given that there is a lot of work actually which is being going now from MEX, and we still see there is an area which is still untapped. And actually we call for collaboration from other partners also to be able to try to tackle this issue. So the issue is we still see the role of tariffs. We want to explore further the role of tariffs, especially in how it stimulates the e-cooking adoption. So specifically e-cooking tariffs. So what we see here, or what we are interested in this topic, is that we're interested to explore the feasibility of it, and also knowing that it's technically a more challenge, given that it requires detecting the amount of electricity for cooking, and also see how the offerings of special tariff for it, or the rebates for cooking with electricity, can be able to achieve it. So making have a lot of partnership as it stands, but we are also calling this, we are calling for the other partners, the new ones or the existing ones who are interested to work together to just reach out so we can be able to work with this one. Yeah, so there are also some experiments on this one. And this one from our neighborhood in Kenya. At least somehow they are a bit far in terms of cooking tariffs, and they have conducted some of the experiments already. So our colleagues in Kenya and MEX in Kenya will be also available to provide some technical advice or knowledge on this one, which will forge those collaborations. Thank you, Max.
Thank you, Charles. I think it's interesting to share common experiences and lessons learned for this dialogue that MEX is having with the utilities also in the future. Because whatever is discussed, for example, or whatever strategies is tested in a country, be it Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, I hope there will be in the future regular regional space like this one where these experiences can be shared and lessons can be learned. So where something is working, it should be also explained to others, and others could maybe adapt it to their own country. I'm moving now to you, Francis. Sorry to let you last in this. SNV is a very effective organization working really on the field. You worked a lot in the renewable energy sector as a whole, but also in the clean cooking space, and you have a lot of experience in, for example, in awareness creation, training of small entrepreneurs, grant subsidies to consumers and to distributors, result-based financing. You have many instruments that you have used. But from your experience, what could you tell us? What practical strategies have proven most effective, especially in driving behavioral change, and obviously also in expanding the access to clean cooking?
Thank you, Max. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I think one of the most important things, I mean, because we've been in this space, especially here in Tanzania, for over the past 10 years, we've obviously seen the market change quite a lot over these 10 years. I think one of the most important things to note is that there's no one single intervention that works. Like, it's a combination. You need to have a very holistic approach to fixing, for example, clean cooking. I did note down a couple of ones which we've noticed throughout SMV, not just here, SMV Tanzania, but even in the region and also more global from a cooking perspective. So, I mean, definitely one thing that SMV really does is we work with the local stakeholders. So for us, it's very important that at the end of the day, it's very much community-led. It's actually led by the end users, the beneficiaries. That's really something that we focus a lot on. So we work a lot with local governments, the local councils. Every time we go into a new region, we're very much focused on bringing everyone in, because at the end of the day, they're going to carry on this change. They're going to ensure that this change will remain sustainable. Some of the other things that we've done is, Max, and you were mentioning this as well, following on from what Charles said, is that, you know, we've, for example, had this smoke-free village approach, which was actually something that was brought up in Cambodia, so really focusing on damaging cooking habits, and again, it's led by the local community. And we were actually able, well, Kenya did this first, they were able to adapt it to the local context. So we also very much learn from other countries where we are working on clean cooking or anything related to energy. So I think that's also really important, a lot of knowledge sharing. And also one of the other things is, even within Tanzania, looking at various regions, people can have very different cooking habits. So if you look at coastal regions, for example, you look at more in the hill countries or the lake zone, you know, they might be using cook stoves for various different reasons. So I think that's also very, very important to think of when you are entering a new market, that it's not one size fits all. So again, that's something that I feel that we can be quite strong in, but again, through the help of the local government. Some of the other things that we've been doing is, I mean, we don't always focus on particularly sales, so sales of cook stoves. We also really look at the behavior, so the cooking habits. So are people actually using the cook stoves that they are buying, for example, right? Because it might be easy to make a sale, but then let's look at the behavior. Are they actually still using these new technologies that we're trying to promote? And that's one thing from SNV, we are technology agnostic, so we're not promoting, you know, electric cooking over improved cook stoves. So I think that's another quite important thing to note. Let's see, one of the other things is, we very much look at, we also come from a very human-centered design aspect when we are thinking of interventions. We really put the user at the center of, you know, of the problem or looking at the solution, and really ensuring that we're really taking on board what are their needs. And I think, you know, as much as we need to work very closely as well with the private sector, but I think really let's keep in mind what are they requiring, rather than us being innovative, putting out new technologies there, but is this really what they need? So I think that's very important to keep in mind as well. And then, of course, we do a lot of social marketing as well. So again, you know, creating campaigns that are in line with local beliefs, local cultures, also very important things to think of. Community engagement, and then through innovative financing, Max, as you said, we've done a lot of RBF. We work very closely with SACCOs as well here in Tanzania through revolving loan funds, so they're able to, for example, we did this with EPCs, they can get 15 EPCs, then within their community members, they're able to lend these out on credit, they can decide the interest rate, payment terms, and then once it comes back, it basically revolves again, as that says. And then we've also worked with the private sector, so pay-go companies, to kind of leveraging that pay-go system that they have, so we can bring in new technologies. They've got a huge customer base already if you're looking at the solar industry, so we're trying to leverage that as well by bringing in e-cooking, for example. And one thing I think to kind of end what I've been saying is, you know, we started off 10 years ago with looking at improved cook stoves, but we also realized, you know, we are very much keeping in line as well with what is the Tanzanian government doing. So we have also slowly within SMV ensured that we're also transitioning into e-cooking, or at least adding that to our portfolio. At the same time, also still recognizing that, you know, we are working, we work very closely as well with Leave No One Behind. So please, also really realizing that there are still people that over the next decade, they will not have access to this e-cooking technology. So we have to ensure that we do not leave these people behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. I found, for example, interesting to this aspect, related to this aspect, that you cannot promote electric cooking everywhere. Obviously, you cannot. I found it interesting, the contribution of Martin Asimo from the Ministry of Infrastructure of Rwanda, saying they're targeting tier 5 for the urban and tier 3 for the rural. They're very, very straightforward in that. I think it's really, really interesting. Let me go back to you, Stephen. you were explaining your experiences and the strategies of modern cooking facility for Africa. If you could maybe outline today 2 or 3 most important lessons learned from this facility, could you share with us?
Thank you, Max. I think we are learning curve because Sweden will be supporting any sector for a long time, especially with UNESCO. When it comes to big infrastructure, construction of transmission line, generation plants, rehabilitation of hydropower. When it comes to rural energy agents, a lot of rural electrification, etc. Therefore, clean cooking, this was a new support. That's why we gave only $10 million just as a pilot. We gave 5 million to NEFCO and 5 million to AACF for clean cooking, just to see how. Therefore, we are still learning curve. So I will share with you maybe few learnings from this support. Yeah, reflecting from ASF experience, maybe I'll give you, there are more or less online, but I can give you maybe 3. Maybe one is tailored the financial and the technical support. Therefore, one of them is key strength has been to flexibility to tailor financing and technical assistance to specific needs and the growth stages of companies. Team is customizing support rather than uniform grant models, significantly enhances the effectiveness and sustainability of intervention. So we have to do a lot with how should we be flexible when it comes to financing this kind of intervention. The second is importance of due diligence and the capital and the capacity building. I think it's very important. Grant financing alone is insufficient. Therefore, robust due diligence processes combined with the targeted capacity building support have been essential in strengthening this kind of intervention. Otherwise, if you just provide the grants and let them go, it's difficult for them. Therefore, financial capability supported combined, ultimately improving their investment readiness and resilience. So when you provide this kind of support, you should also be accompanied with capacity building, TA support, so that they can move in terms of financial management, in terms of putting the books in right. Because now we support companies which are already formally registered, so they should have the capacity of managing the finances, also being able to grow. Third one is focus on ecosystem development. Like a critical lesson is needed to invest not only in individual enterprises, but also in the broader market ecosystem. It means supporting regulatory engagement, facilitating access to finance, and the driving customer education initiative have been instrumental in creating a conducive environment for the clean cooking sector to strive and scale. I think the presentation we had this morning from engineer, I don't remember the name, from Minister of Energy, when it comes to communication, clean cooking communication strategy. This is a very important, crucial document, which I think it requires when you want to make sure that you have clear messages and also enabling environment for clean cooking to grow. Maybe I have many of them, maybe I will share those 3 lesson learned. So that first, focus on ecosystem development. Second, importance of due diligence and capacity building to these companies. Thirdly, tailor financial and technical support to these companies. These are very good, important.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yeah. Very, very interesting, very informative. I'm going back to Mathieu and trying to shift now from the public lending, public sovereign loans, to what is possible to do in terms of intermediate lending. How can we work with a local financing institution, local commercial banks, in the space of clean cooking? AFD, the French Development Agency, and Propaco, you have a lot of experience in that already in Tanzania, not specifically in clean cooking. I believe there is a lot of potential of expanding this access, this approach also to clean cooking. How do you see that?
Yes, Thank you, Max. So I mentioned Proparco indeed, which is to AFD what the IFC is to the World Bank, that is the private sector arm. So Proparco, they work a lot with banks, including in Tanzania, they work with CRDB, with NMB, DTB, on non-targeted projects, but they can also propose specific financings and tools to support specific actions such as clean cooking. Now, Proparco, the minimum loan they can provide is 10 million euros. So it's very big. And clean cooking, it is not, it's not large contractors, large companies, it's a myriad, a large ecosystem of manufacturers, importers, dealers, retailers, repairers, and these companies, they will not come to Proparco to ask for a 10 million euro loan, obviously. So what Proparco can do is to work with banks so that they go to their banks and Proparco can provide long-term financing, if needed, cheaper financing, and definitely technical assistance, training to the banks to enable them to better understand the business of clean cooking, better assess the risk. It makes me think of when we work on energy efficiency and renewable energies. It's also very scattered investments. Some company investing in solar panels, some company investing in some more efficient industrial process. And Proparco has been very successful in energy efficiency and renewable energies in this intermediary lending scheme. They have implemented more than 50 projects. They have worked with 80 banks in the world and provided more than 3 billion euros through these banks. So one plan is to do the same for clean cooking. I know that NMB, someone mentioned this morning, they have a plan for clean cooking bond, and they are in contact with Proparco to help them understand the markets and see how that can translate into practical loans to the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mathieu. This is an important element to consider by private developers, the ones that are here. They should know that there are instruments available to access financing at better condition than the normal banking condition, thanks to initiatives like the one of Proparco and French Development Agency. I'm moving now to Charles, Max. You are specialized in electric cooking, and here we have the Rural Energy Agency in Tanzania and others that they want to promote electric cooking, but in last mile connection. In last mile connection, which is the main effort of the Rural Energy Agency, has a lot of challenges behind it, as we know. And what is your view about it? Do you agree that the electric cooking is not a viable option for example, for last mile electrification? I'm certain that you don't agree, but could you develop about that, please?
Thank you, Max. I am not agreeing nor disagreeing. This is a very good question, and there are some few ways to respond to it. And I will rely on the following response. Yeah, if we are talking about last mile electrification, we all know that some serious investment is needed, very serious investment. Serious investment in terms of getting that infrastructure to the consumers or to the users. So we need the transformers, we need the distribution lines, and we also need the cost to connect the electricity to the consumer, to the user. But let me take this opportunity to commend that has been done by our government, the government of Tanzania. The government has really invested in infrastructure, in electricity infrastructure, and as of December last year, all the villages do have access to electricity. Please don't confuse it with the connectivity. All the villages do have access to electricity, meaning that infrastructure is there at the village level. So now the thing that is remaining is just to get that electricity to the consumer. So this is a very good job by our government through the Ministry of Energy and also REA, and I congratulate you for this good initiative. Now, I'm having a question to the government and also the Ministry of Energy and REA. We have really invested a lot to bring this infrastructure to the consumers, and now we are having infrastructure there. Then why can't we use this infrastructure for e-cooking? Why? This is my first question. And we all know that electricity is really important for the quality of life, when also it comes to income generation for the business there on the ground, and also actually for cooking, as I mentioned, for e-cooking. So economically, once this investment has been made, I think the good thing now is just to leverage it for cooking and also for other things. Yeah, and this actually will be like a marginal increase in cost, because we are going to utilize the infrastructure which is already there to bring the electricity to the consumers. Yeah, and I agree with you, Max, that there are some places we can't just force them to cook with electricity or to use the cooking. So I'm also an advocate for the energy mix, and my response now take me to the integrated energy planning. So last mile electrification is a very great opportunity for e-cooking, as long as distribution network has been designed with a demand estimate, which include e-cooking. So for example, we can't force people who actually it will be very challenging for them to cook with the electricity, to use electricity. It will be very challenging for them. Yeah, so my call is, I call the government to also try to think in a better way of leveraging the infrastructure we've been able to deliver it to the consumers. And you have asked about a concrete example, and yes, we are having an example of this. Max modeling work on mini grids has shown that by including e-cooking in the planning and the sizing for mini grids, it requires a small amount of additional capital expenditure, but the rate of return is such that the mini grids break even between the that the mini grid break even periods reduce from 7 or 8 years to just 3 years. So this is a very huge benefit. I think it's up to us to leverage it. Back to you, Max.
Interesting. This aspect of the mini grid is indeed very interesting. Back to you, Francis. You explained to us already, you started explaining that for SNV, working with local governments and communities, local community-based organization and local communities is really the core of your approach, your way of working. Can you maybe develop a bit more how this working ensures that clean cooking becomes sustainable and scalable?
Yeah, thank you, Max. So I mean, as I said, we do work very closely with the local government, so we're also very much focused when we do come in with new interventions. We also take along often we we engage with the local staff and bring them on into our invention so that they can also carry it on once we move out of that specific region. Furthermore, we've also, for example, we work a lot on enabling environments. So we were also one of the founding members of the Tanzania Association of Clean Cook Stoves. So really always advocating also for all of these policy changes. We also very much supportive of Terea as well, for example. We also really listen to the consumer needs, and therefore working with the local government authorities or CBOs, they've got so much more of an insight in some of the local community needs than we would be able to have. So that's another very important aspect in our job role, to ensure that we really take them on board in everything that we do, because only then we feel that we can really understand, what is needed in that specific community. We also do a lot of joint need assessments. So when we do enter a new market, again, we work very closely with the local governments. Where we work with various stakeholders right throughout the implementation. And we also provide a lot of TA, and also are involved in a lot of developmental local regulations. In Kenya, for example, we've worked on COSAP. So I'm sure my Kenyan colleague, I don't think there's anyone from SMV Kenya here, but we've worked also on the RBF facility to expand cooking solutions in underdeserved counties. So we do a lot of, depending on what is needed in any given time, like that's how we're very supportive of that. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Sure, thank you, Francis. I just have a last round of, between us, development partners, last round of consideration on a general aspect of coordination, collaboration between donors and private sectors, between donors and institutions and utilities. What are your key recommendations? I will start myself as European Union, giving a couple of ideas, and then you can intervene. There's no order, so you feel free to intervene. And after that, maybe we open for some Q&As from the audience, if there are some. My recommendation is, indeed, the coordination among development partners is essential, because the risk of overlapping is very, very present, while opportunities for putting together forces or built on something already existing but can be upscaled are there, and they should be grasped, and this is exactly what we would like to do. We are relying very much on UNCDF now, because we asked them to chair the subgroup of clean cooking of the Energy Development Partner Group to facilitate this dialogue. But this symposium is a perfect example also of trying to share experiences and try to interact and see what can be done together instead of done in isolation. And then I was mentioning the regional program we are now designing and formulating. There will be a component strictly focusing and facilitating a regional policy dialogue, where these ideas, for example, how tariff can be promoted, what initiative or innovation can be replicated, the standards to be common, for example, the trade tariff to be harmonized, tax exemption to be harmonized along the region. We would like we want to promote it, and we hope that it will be under our support, and maybe also under other donor support, other events like this one on a regular basis. Over to you.
Yes, Max, I think I agree with you when it comes to coordination. I remember one day I was sitting close to the Commissioner Roga, Engineer Roga. I told him, please, I think there are a lot of initiatives going on in Tanzania, because we have launched this clean cooking strategy with a target of 80% by 2034 as our High Excellence President ambition. How can we coordinate this? Because we have donors doing different projects. We need to capture their results, and then also trying to monitor and see how they contribute towards this 80%. Because, for example, we have Sweden supporting this clean cooking modern infrastructure for Africa. We have another project coordinating ACF, also clean cooking. We have another project by UNCDF project by MEX. Some are not passing through government channels, but they also contribute toward this 80%. How can we capture these results and being able to report that now we are moving toward the 80%? Yeah, then I think he told me that it's a good idea. I'll look at it. So I think it's high time, and also I'm happy from the presentation made by the Minister of Energy this morning when it comes to coordination. This is the area we need to strengthen so that we capture all the results and try to monitor toward the 80% target. Thank you.
I also agree with you, Max. And would like to share one of the experience that as Maxi, we came across it in our early days of our programming in Tanzania. So through our first work stream, National E-Cooking Awareness Campaign, which aims to spread the knowledge to the community that e-cooking is feasible and affordable, it came to our knowledge that UNCDF are also working on an awareness campaign, but it is for the clean cooking agenda as a whole. So this was a kind of duplication that was in place, and yeah, it was not a very good thing. So one of our action was just to convene a meeting with the UNCDF to just learn about how they are going about the awareness campaign, their program, and what are their goals they are going to conduct. So we discussed with them. We also aligned on some of the things, and yeah, now we are really proceeding very well. So in terms of coordination, I think also the government is already ahead of us, because we are now having the clean cooking unit at the Ministry of Energy. And the role of this unit is just to connect the sector. So I think going forward, this is no longer an issue of coordination, because we're already having the unit and it's newly. And based on our discussion with the PS, Engineer Mlamba, he mentioned that it's going to be a full functional unit beginning in July of this year. So I think we don't have the problem of that. Maybe we would just like to call for us, development partners, maybe to also collaborate wherever is possible, partnering, and as makes actually we are ahead of that, because just to mention in our program, we are really working in partnership. We are leveraging the partnership model, and we are working with the TANESCO, we are working with the WFP, we are working with the SC for All, we are working with the TBS, with the UNDP, and others. So in partnership, I think we'll be able to achieve very big impact. Yeah.
Yeah, so the question you are asking is how can we be more efficient internally, and also how to make the government more efficient, because if we come all separately, they spend their times discussing with too many of us. So in order to make our lives easier, what we can do is to co-finance. I take the example of Tanzania-Zambia transmission line, where we co-finance with the World Bank, but the World Bank has the lead. So for the government, for us, it's much easier. We organize ourselves internally, and it makes more money with very limited transaction costs. Another possibility to be more efficient is to blend our money, as we do often with you, with the European Union, when we can provide a loan and the EU provides a grant, and we mix that together, and that makes more money, cheaper money, but not more transaction costs, at least for the government. And another thing we can do, I think Max emphasized the very numerous partnerships they have. We can do the same at our level, as we are currently discussing with GIZ how to engage into a future project. They have very relevant experience in RBF. We have experience in financing the private sector through banks. they have experience in regulatory issues. So we try to take the best of each of us to propose best schemes. Yeah, that's what I have in mind for that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I also agree with my four colleagues here. I think one of the most important things that come to mind is also thinking about alignment. So what are your actual goals? What are your targets? And are we all aligned with that? I think that's very important. And that also means that we can't just be working in our silos. We really need to be open to sharing knowledge, in particular data, because data is also very much what drives us forward to also understand what new markets do we need to penetrate, but also at the same time understanding, you know, for example, in SNV, we're not going to be working so much in urban settings on, you know, on e-cooking as much. We'll probably be more with the leave no one behind, and just acknowledging exactly also where your strengths are, and then, you know, letting someone else take over, you know, certain other areas, but still working very closely together. This is not a challenge that we can, you know, reach by ourselves. I think that's one of the most important things to remember. One of the other things as well is, you know, also leveraging the private sector innovation. They're often at the forefront of all of these technologies. So I think that's also very crucial to think of. And yeah, lastly, what I wrote down here is also de-risking the private sector. We can't expect the private sector to take all of the risk, especially if you are focusing on the last mile or the leave no one behind. You know, so you have to think of, you know, promoting competition, supportive policies, regulatory environments, and, you know, specifically also setting targets, or rather realistic targets. Yeah, so that was kind of what I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frances. So yeah, it was, I hope it was an interesting overview for the audience to understand a bit the development partners' point of view and development partners' instruments available, various approaches. I think we can maybe open for some questions for the audience. If there are to any of us or to all of us, feel free to raise your hand and ask. I will not take too many at once if they ever come, because I have to write down and take notes. So maybe three. Yeah, a first round of three.
Let's keep our questions as brief as we can. Your name, and if it's a specific question to someone specific, then you should.
Thank you. So my name is John Leary from the Modern Energy Cooking Services, or MEX program, colleague of Charles. It's great to hear the broad support for electric cooking across all of the panel members and many of the discussions that we've heard today. I think it's really exciting in particular to see the strong role that utilities are starting to play in this space. If you came to a clean cooking conference 5 years ago, you wouldn't see utilities here, and yet in front of me I can see the TANESCO team, I can see the KPLC team. So it's really fantastic to see these new actors in this space providing clean cooking fuel to millions of people across the region. So my question for the panel, and it's not directed to anyone in particular, but across the panel as a whole, how can we as development partners collaborate better to support utilities as they come into this space and develop clean cooking programs?
Thank you. Any other question? We'll take two more if there are. There are two more questions. Karibu, your good name and your question.
Thank you. My name is John Mboya. I'm the Regional Administrative Secretary. Thank you for a very good discussion. My question or discussion is that can we think of having a common financing strategy in the region, in the sense of agreeing to what kind of alternative financing should we use as a region? Because we have country national frameworks in terms of strategies, but at the regional level, we don't have a framework like that one. So I'm trying to think if we could think aloud on on having a regional financing strategy or regional clean cooking strategy, then I think this could serve. But when I try to consider this kind of financing strategy, we could segment our people, our citizens. Maybe those who could receive 100% grant without any, they just pay, they don't pay 100% support. But also we could also consider subsidized cooking solutions, like the one which the Rural Energy Agency were distributed to our regions in Tanzania. It was a very good work initiative. But also we could consider commercial arrangements for people who can afford. But also we could consider also public-private partnerships, where we have good experience from World Bank and also African Development Bank, in which case we have financing option in terms of finance infrastructure, yeah, like putting solutions for infrastructure, like the initiative which the Africa Development Bank they are doing to build infrastructure. I think this is having direct impact to people. But lastly, we are requesting to extend support directly to our regions at the local level. That is the greatest challenge we are having. The major focus, the way we see, is like capacity building. Much focus, much attention is directed to capacity building. But we are requesting for direct support to the regions in terms of tangible, having the stuffs to install to the institutions. For example, in Tabora, if we could have support to install the stuffs to our institutions, to our schools, to our prisons and the other institutions, I think this is going to bring a lot of change. And this is something like try to restructure the financing scope of what we are trying to finance here, to help people. And we agree with Ivan. I think you argue the same, that the capacity building, the funds which is allocated for capacity building should be lower compared to what we
EU delegation doing Tanzania to their member state, discussing the possibility of having a bilateral cooperation under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, where part of the priority project will be the clean cooking solution, particularly the I-tire. What does this mean? This will bring a carbon financing to the project, where it will accelerate adoption of the higher tire technology and solutions through this bilateral transaction. So, Max, to EU member state and Sweden, are you looking forward to have this bilateral cooperation between Tanzania and Sweden, most likely through the Swedish Energy Agency, where you're going to also to include clean cooking solution as part of the eligible project to be financed under the mechanism? Thanks.
Chair.
Thank you for the very interesting question. There are many more than 4, because you have mixed many altogether. Let me try to answer to the ones that I can answer to, and try to redirect my colleagues here to the others. But please feel also free to intervene as you like. I will start with the question about electric cooking from John Leary. Indeed, there is a role to collaborate with utility. It's good to see utility here, as you say. It's probably a new way of now thinking about how to promote clean cooking, electric cooking specifically. And we are trying to promote it. This is our first initiative. What I recommended earlier was exactly that Max, you are already very active in Kenya. GIZ also. We are engaging, we are not personally engaging, we are advocating for our partners to engage with the utility, and UNCDF has already also started. I think the key here is like to share the lessons learned, to share what is working, and make sure that, for example, if a given utility is applying an electricity tariff, and this electricity tariff is seen as successful, then this should be presented to other utilities and discussed. And we are here to do that. And we are here to promote that and to make sure that this happens. The regional program we are preparing will exactly advocate for a constant, regular exchange, like a platform of common discussion among utilities. I have now a question from Mr. John Goye, Regional Administrator, if I understand well. Indeed, very good suggestion, a common financing strategy with the region, a regional clean cooking strategy. We are trying to go there. It's very complicated, but we are trying. We are trying to now to go under a more regional approach. This symposium is regional. It's not so easy to mobilize regional financing altogether, because each donor has its national financing envelope, but we also have regional financing available. In case of European Union, we have regional envelopes. But you can understand it's extremely complicated, but we will try to promote a regional clean cooking strategy. About the issue of supporting citizens, like total subsidies, for example, how this can be promoted and when, and I maybe will leave this to my colleagues, maybe to you, Francis, who have a lot of experience in that in the field. That will be interesting, I believe, to hear your point of view on that. I take also your kind of criticism about capacity building versus directly financing maybe clean cooking equipment for schools, which is indeed an urgency. And that is why UNCDF under this program has also a component of providing schools of clean cooking equipment. They may develop on that. But let me insist a bit on capacity building. What is capacity building? Because there was a question from Malawi. Why a grant now, after it's finished, everybody collapsing? It is most of the time because there is not enough capacity building. Capacity building is capacity building of people to understand, to use a new device, and to keep using it. Because if you give a bottle of LPG for free and you go away and you don't make sure that there is a capacity building of the local supplier that is ready to replace it, the people, when the LPG is finished, they will not replace this. They will go back to the firewood, for example. There is need a capacity building of the institution to promote it, of the utilities to promote it. What kind of regulation, what kind of incentive? Do we need, for example, a tax exemption if we want? There is need of capacity building. How do we put together this? You cannot just simply say, I think that this is needed. There is a lot of operation of building a capacity to do it. You have to build capacity of banks. Mathieu can explain that. Do you think that local banks are all there willing to provide loans to our companies who want to invest money in clean cooking? No, they don't. They don't even know the clean cooking sector. You need to go there, create the capacity and understanding. I think Mathieu can explain more about that. The loans interest rate also for Malawi, I think is for you, Mathieu. You are the expert on that. Yeah, there was a last question on how to align with the Paris Agreement and to promote high tiers. What are the bilateral engagement? Our bilateral engagement with Tanzania so far is the Cook Fund with the UNCDF and the Sustainable Cooking Operation with other NGOs. It's a total of 30 million euros that we are putting together. And it's the largest operation in clean cooking today in sub-Saharan Africa. There's not such a big operation on a bilateral basis. We will now move on a regional scale, but fundings are limited. Funding are limited. And unfortunately, the receptiveness at headquarter level about clean cooking is still very, very weak. It's not as strong as we wish. It's not as strong as in Tanzania, for example, where we have a high interest from the very top. If you go to Europe, policymakers, they understand very well electrification, generation, transmissions. When you try to convince them to mobilize money for clean cooking, there is a lot to do again. And again, it's also a form of capacity building, if I may say so, capacity building of policymakers. So we are trying to promote that. I will stop here. I've talked too much. Please feel free to intervene.
Yes, time is up. Let me try to answer on one about the sustainability of the projects which we are supporting when the subsidy ends or when the support ends. I think that when you talk to, maybe tomorrow we'll be listening to, there are companies here from different, who are getting support from this kind of financing.
Excuse me, if to urge you to be very quick because they are telling me the time is finished, so try to be very, very, very quick.
Okay, maybe I would say normally those projects which are being financed by these programs, normally those are formally registered businesses. What we are doing here, just facilitate them to expand their businesses, facilitate them to go underserved areas, to go in a remote area where it's a risk for them to go. By giving them subsidies, they'll be able to expand their markets. Even if the project will end today, the grant will end today, they'll continue doing businesses because those are business companies. It's not like we are not financing NGO to do this clean cooking thing.
Sorry, Stephen. I really need to give the word to that. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please try to be quick.
Thank you, Maxi. We would like to respond to a question that was raised by Rasi and concerning the issue of support, specifically for institutions. It's really very challenging in terms of the available funding to be able to support all of the schools in Tanzania, all of the prisons, all of the whatever institutions in Tanzania. It's still very challenging. So it's under development partners' priorities to see in which area it's going to support it. But we are now having alternatives. For example, we are now having pay-as-you-go technologies or pay-as-you-cook technologies. And I think these institutions, they can utilize this to be able to acquire, if it's infrastructure or appliances, and then be able to pay in installment their upfront costing. Thank you.
Yes, I can try to quickly respond to the question on how can I understand how can institutions like MEX but other support utilities. When we met recently with REA, so they subsidize and still subsidize LPG cylinders. They are now working on many requests for expressions of interest or recruiting companies to provide other solutions and to provide and REA to provide subsidies. We heard that now they will have a mandate in urban areas. We heard that MEX is assisting TANESCO with their e-cooking champions. I don't see how the utilities could do that without external support because it's very new, very technical, and it requires people. So at least in the financings we will provide, we will very much welcome support to the utilities. On the question about loans, there was a question about the financial conditions of the loans. So the loans we provide, they are usually 20-year loan with interest rate in the range of 2%. So it's quite very well. It's actually as if it was 50% a grant. Unfortunately, we follow the debt sustainability assessment made by the IMF, and I just checked that for Malawi would not be eligible to loans from AFD. And there was a question about carbon financing, and I'm not sure about Article 6, but at least at AFD, we believe that carbon finance is a good, relevant tool to promote private investments, and we are ready to promote these schemes, but we will not do it to get the carbon credits for us. They should either serve as incentives for the private sector or be used if a utility, for instance, would like to apply to generate carbon credits, then the carbon credits should stay within the utility to have more impact. Thank you.
Or the Cook Fund, maybe. That's another entity that could receive eventually carbon finance. Francis, you have a contribution from your experience?
No, I guess what I just wanted to add, and in fact, it's a nice way to finish it. It is really important to look at the whole ecosystem. You know, everything links from one to the other. So especially if you're talking about the sustainability of programs, I mean, that's so very important, to look at. So, I mean, there's so much more to say, but that's kind of how I want to end it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to all my colleagues here for their valuable contribution. Thank you for your attention.
As they take a group photo, let's once again give them a big round of applause. I could almost ask the lady to stand in the middle, and then I said she would be so sandwiched. Looks good. Looks good. As they finish this, I am honored now to invite our very last speaker. Very honored to have with us Honorable Angela Kairuki, advisor to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania on clean cooking and community development. She's also the chairperson of the National Advisory and Coordinating Committee on Generation Equality Forum, GEF, from the President's Office for her wrap-up. Let's give her a big round of applause as she's coming to give us a final remark.
Engineer Luoga, our guest of honor for today's symposium, other distinguished delegates, good evening. I'll try to make my remarks very short. I know you're all exhausted, and for those who came from outside Tanzania, karibuni sana Tanzania. You are most welcome to enjoy our tourism attractions and all the hospitality. It is my great honor and privilege to speak after the insightful symposium on the critical role of all the partners in supporting the shift to clean cooking in Tanzania and as such in the East African region. We are very happy to have Malawians with us. We know you are very advanced as well in the shift to clean cooking agenda. Over the 2 days, you'll have the opportunity to delve deep into the funding landscape, into the market expansion strategies, the key partnerships and knowledge exchange mechanisms that are essential to clean cooking solutions transition. The caliber of the speakers that we all heard here, but also the depth of the discussions have been truly remarkable. All the discussions have given us a comprehensive understanding of the challenges, opportunities, but also the best practices in this vital area of sustainable development. As we are coming to an end of day one of our symposium, I am sure you are all filled with a renewed sense of optimism, but also of determination. As such, the shift to clean cooking is not only just an environmental imperative, but it is a fundamental human right that is linked to health, that is linked to economic well-being of our people, but that is linked also to the empowerment of communities for women and our children all across Africa. It is through the insights that we have all shared here throughout the day, I'm sure all of us have gained a clear picture of the critical role that development partners, private sector, governments, CSOs, the communities have a role to play in this transformative journey. As such, it is all the stakeholders. You also held from all the people giving the status in their countries, but also you heard from our guest of honor, Engineer Ruoga, but also from Anita, of the status of implementation of clean cooking agenda, and especially the strategy here in Tanzania. Coming from the President's office, I'll not do it justice, and I'll not do justice to Her Excellency the President, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, if I don't take some of my time to speak on the impact of the championing of clean cooking agenda that it has to Tanzania, but what are the impact also for Africa. President Samia Suluhu Hassan's championing of clean cooking in Tanzania, but also in Africa, holds a very significant positive implications, but also makes a great strides for the whole region. We've all seen and heard how our president has demonstrated political will and leadership. We've all seen how she has given her personal commitment to the clean cooking agenda, which sends a very strong signal of political will, but also sends a signal of high-level leadership on this critical issue. The leadership of Her Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan has really inspired, but it has also galvanized action across government, action across private sector, civil society, and it has also prioritized the clean cooking solutions. She has elevated the clean cooking agenda with her backing herself, which has led to formulation of comprehensive national strategies, as you've heard, increased budgetary allocations, but also the creation of enabling policies, legislation, and also regulatory frameworks. She has inspired, but also influenced other African leaders to follow suit. And we are very happy that most of the first ladies, but also the head of states, are also championing within their own countries. Her championship has also attracted increased investments, but also innovative financing solutions from the development partners, from the private sectors, from the CSOs, but also from the climate funds. You heard how much she managed to get pledges through her co-chairpersonship in May 2024 for the meeting that was held in Paris, where almost 2.2 billion was received as pledges. Her championship and prioritization of clean cooking has also seen the addressing of gender inequalities by adopting gender-responsive policies, but also the implementation of clean cooking solution. To sum it all, President Samia Suluhu Hassan leadership helps positioning clean cooking as central pillar of Tanzania's, but also East Africa and Africa's sustainable agenda. Lastly, to conclude, having heard all the presentations, the speeches, but also having heard from the panelists and the discussions and the Q&As, I would just like to reiterate some of the few key takeaways that I would like all of you as well to take away with you as we are closing day one. Number one is on the critical role that the development partners have to play. You have a role to play, an indispensable role in supporting a shift to clean cooking through various means. You need to collaborate with governments to mobilize innovative financing, as we've heard here, financing through POPACO, AFD, SNV, and others. And I'm sure if we had an opportunity to hear from the rest, there is a lot that we can get as an offer. But also we need to see how the market-based solutions can also be supported, but also to support the knowledge exchange. There's also a need to adopt on gender-responsive approaches in all our clean cooking initiatives. We also need to ensure we work on addressing the deep-rooted social, but also the cultural norms to empower our communities and to be able to scale up the clean cooking initiative. In whichever efforts that we are doing, and I heard from, I think, Francis from SNV, we need to make sure that we use the people-centered approach. It's very key to make sure that we have sustainability, but also to make sure that our community embrace whatever is given and presented to them. Lastly, to conclude, we need to carry forward the momentum which has already been built during this first day of the symposium, and I'm sure the second day of the symposium will continue to build on this very momentum. We should also continue on our commitment. We should also continue on having strategic partnerships, but also collective determination. I believe if we work together to be able to forge a future where sustainable development becomes a reality for all in East Africa, but also in the entire Africa as a whole, we believe we can have an impact for our people, and we can be able to reach the targets that we all have through the SDG 7 and through our member countries. I thank you all once again for listening, and I welcome you once again on behalf of the government of Tanzania to visit our tourism attractions, and I'm sure you'll enjoy the hospitality of our very hospitable people from Tanzania. Karibuni sana, and good evening. Thank you so much.
So we've come to the end, but we will not leave just quietly. I've asked the DJ to put a song so we can all dance as we exit the room, but that will come after a few announcements. Number one, please remember to register. Everyone has to have an ID except for the MC for some reasons. So please, tomorrow you do not have an ID, you'll probably not have an access. You do not have an ID, you'll probably not be given a lunch coupon. If you manage to get one, you do not have an ID and a lunch coupon, you'll not be able to get lunch. So kindly make sure you register and you have both your ID and during meals, your lunch coupon. Number two, government officials, those working in the public sector, need to re-register. There's a registration specifically for government officials. So you probably registered prior to coming here, or you probably registered out there, but please see Joyce right at the Ministry of Energy's table to do your registration. Number three, we have exhibition right at the back. Please take a visit. Let's see what our friends and colleagues are exhibiting. They've brought all that for us to learn, for us to network. Please make time to visit the exhibition booth right at the back so that we can know, learn, and expand our knowledge further. Finally, we are reconvening tomorrow at 8 a.m. and we shall start at exactly 8:45. So please make sure between 8 and 8:30 you're here, because at 8:45 sharp, we shall start by the recapping for the day. Be reminded that at the back of your ID, the one you're wearing, your badge, there's a QR code, and if you scan the QR code, you're able to see the pictures in there, and they will put the presentations that have gone on during the day and tomorrow as well. So, it's time to dance. No tie after 5. May I request that we all stand up? We're going to do a very small activity. Some of us are sitting with the very same people we came with from our offices. You can't network if you come from the same office. But other than networking, I'm giving everyone an opportunity to look around DJ, hold on. So I'm also reminded that there's an evening tea where we had lunch. Where we had lunch? Or where we had tea in the morning? Where we had tea in the morning. So at the back here, there's an evening tea. Please feel free. This is Tanzania's hospitality. We eat to eat. Okay? So we're going to do a very small exercise in here. There's someone in here who holds the key to your next move. Okay? Look through to that person. Can you see that person? Just look around for a second. Do you see that person in here? It could be Honorable Angela, it could be Ambassador Luoga, it could be someone in here who holds a key to your next big move. Now please take your mobile phone. Take your mobile phone, and we're going to do selfies with them. Okay? We all remember the hashtag. So let's go, move around, we take selfies as we exit the room for the coffee or for the exhibition or for the day. Thank you so much. So it's selfie time. DJ. And please put up the volume as we move around. Let's shake hands, let's network, let's do selfies.